everyone. Co-op Stardust. If you hop into the green room. Whoa. Hello.
Hey, what's up?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. So I think some people, I guess, got some misconceptions yesterday, and I was a little bit like spaced out yesterday, but I figured I could clarify. Somebody in chat was saying my views on consent. So just the way. So I'm not going to defend everything that this dude has in his videos. I do like his videos, but, I obviously don't agree with everything. And the reason why I joined that call yesterday was not to defend his videos or his views, but to defend my platforming, my right to platform people. I don't feel like I really was able to do that yesterday. I was kind of getting a little bit Richard Wolfed, but I can explain. The the views on consent. The whole consent is boring thing is, yeah, it is boring. But to put that into more context, I guess, is that consent. So, sorry, give me a second here to word it in my head.
Good.
Yeah. So consent is a very come the fuck on started. Okay, wait, just a second. Give me a second. Okay. So, I was saying, yeah, consent is boring. But that doesn't mean it's bad, right? When we look at consent, it seems like a very I don't know, it seems like a very shallow thing in itself, because there are plenty of rapes that take place where somebody does give consent, right? So somebody can say yes and be raped. And there are plenty of relationships where people don't even talk about consent, don't even get affirmative consent, and they have sex. I think that is an important point to make. Now, it is important for people to ask for consent, for sure, but I think the point that I'm trying to make is that some people know each other well enough that they seem to be fine not negotiating those things. However, I would say that most people should. Whether that's boring or not is not really important, right? It is boring, but we have to adjust to it. That's all it is. We have to adjust to it. It is boring, though. It's boring.
Could I say something about it?
Yeah, sure.
Lord Safer.
Yeah. By the way, hi Stardust.
Hi.
I really like your content.
Thank you.
First of all, hilarious that once I jump into this convo, basically what I hear is consent is it is boring, but it isn't all bad. So it's that's a very interesting phrasing, but I know what you mean, and I also think that consent comes in different forms.
Yeah.
When you know someone, let's say that you've known them for 10, 20, 15 years, whatever. You have a different way of communicating with that person than
and even in that video, he acknowledges that most people need more than 2 hours to know somebody giving nonverbal consent, right? The average person should ask for consent, but I don't think that that's honestly, what he's saying to me, and I can't speak on his videos, right? I really didn't come to debate his videos yesterday. I felt like I was there to defend my reason for platforming him, and I got sucked into a debate about defending his points when I don't even agree with all of his points. But that's more on me, because I got kind of distracted. But again, what I would say is that that's not necessarily a bad thing to be talking about, because I think my reading of that video was that anybody can be a rapist by those terms. So consent is almost a very, if you're only looking at it from a certain perspective, it's not really a great it's not really a great measure of what rape is, right? If rape can happen, I mean, coercion is something that happens. People say yes, and rape happens in every sense of the word except they gave consent, right? I don't know. I think that is an important conversation to have, and there is nonverbal consent, 100%. But like, there has to be more, right?
But I think this is why sort of like sex education needs to be better at teaching what consent actually looks like.
But I guess the problem you've got though is like consent will look different in many different circumstances. For if it's a one night stand, the consent that will be required is going to be much more like in depth than if you've been with someone for 10 years and it's like, you roll over and that's the sign or whatever. I mean, I don't really have sex, so I don't know. I'm a Sigma male, but so I hear that's how it goes.
Yeah, and I mean, again, anybody. What I'm saying is that anybody could be a rapist. If you are alive and you've lived like more than 20 years, I'm guessing that you have done something. You have done something that has been seen as questionable by somebody. It may have not been a rape, but you've done something that was probably pushing somebody's boundary at some point, and you don't realize that. I think the point is the average rapist probably doesn't think that they're a rapist, right? So the average person who is pushing somebody's boundary doesn't think that they're pushing somebody's boundary. It's not that clear all the time. There needs to be better communication.
Yeah, I think I would actually agree with that because,
Stardust is self-reporting. I'm a rape victim, dude. Yeah, I'm self-reporting. Thanks.
Oof. Yeah,
listen, come on. Let's chill out with those kind of comments, please. I don't have to time people out. I think we can have this conversation without, pointing the rape fingers. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I actually agree with your assessment that most people probably have done something that would be seen as not okay to another person at some point, in that sense, even because we don't exist inside of other people's heads, so we are actually unable to know 100% if something is if someone else is 100% okay with what's happening or not, and that's the whole why we have to do the boring consent part, but I am and that's not even like you can do something, and that should probably be mentioned, that you can do something that's maybe in retrospect
brown, savage, disgusting animal
without being a rapist. That should probably be mentioned.
Yeah, no, what I'm saying is like there's
doesn't seem to grasp that concept.
Right. What I'm saying, I'm not stigmatizing consent. You are so off base, doctor. Okay? What I'm
brown,
saying,
savage, disgusting animal.
yeah. Again, I'm not agreeing with everything that he puts in his videos. I came on yesterday to defend my reasons for platforming him. I did get distracted and I fell down a hole of defending things that, defending somebody else's videos, which that's not my place. I don't really give a fuck, okay, what he does on his channel. I have the right to platform people who I want on my channel. However, if you want to know my views on consent, you can ask them. And I will say, just because not everybody is a rapist, okay? But I'm going to say that most people have done something that has pushed somebody's boundaries, right? I honestly don't think most rapists view what they did as rape. If I'm going to be honest with you. And I'm going, most sexual harassers even, or sexual misconduct, right, is not necessarily and that's not saying it's not bad. It clearly is bad, but there is a conversation here, that is it's more complicated than that. There are instances where you are part of what is essentially rape, except you've given consent because you felt like you had to.
Yeah, it's actually a classic example with the sort of it's brought up after the Me Too movement started. A lot of guys came out and were like, "Oh yeah, but what if she decides the day after that she didn't like it, and now she can take me to court?" It's like, well, yeah, maybe she didn't actually like it, and maybe she just didn't realize that at the time.
It's not about whether you like it or not, though, is it? It's about whether you consented to it or not. Let me preface by saying I've never done anything wrong. I'm perfect. Fuck you, chat.
Yeah, okay. So, but do you feel like then that consent, if you say yes 9 in the evening, that gives you a sort of blanket consent card?
No, this is what Stardust, she was going through a pretty informative video yesterday on affirmative consent. But Aiko called in and she made a point where somebody can give consent, but if at any point within that you say, "No, I'm not ready. No, I don't want to do this," that even if you have some kind of subliminal or non-verbal consent, the no means no. The no always means no. And what Mr. Girl was talking about was a Tinder date where you aren't ready for any fucking R play or anything there. You don't know the person. So if there's a stranger saying to you, "I'm not ready," then they're obviously not ready.
Obviously, yeah, and I can't really speak on his experience there, right? To answer your question, Forever Wild, yes, consent can be withdrawn, but I think it's important also to still see where this is confusing, right? And I just think that's kind of important. Like, whether you acknowledge it or not, you've done something that has pushed somebody else's boundaries. And maybe the point of this is to be introspective, right? Like, I don't know why it's bad for us to be looking at them through the mind of like a rapist, through the mind of like of somebody who does these horrible crimes, right? I don't know like why that's wrong. That I just being what I've been through makes me want to know what they're thinking, right?
There isn't anything wrong in doing that, and I actually like what you and Chud are doing is like content. You said specifically yourself you aren't trying to be academic about it, whereas Destiny, for example, he's trying to, he has a great responsibility there, which so far he hasn't acknowledged, and he's trying to spin it as that he's promoting humanity, or that he's forwarding as Mr. Girl says himself, he's the Elon Musk at advancing the social psychological tool set of understanding people. This is a very hubristic way of looking at what you're actually doing.
What a fucking nerd.
I don't mind looking at things in an academic context, but that's when I'm in a debate, that's what I'm going to do. What I explicitly was doing with Mr. Girl was an interview. I don't think I should have to defend every single video the dude's ever made just to be able to have him on my stream. We interact with people with way more radical beliefs, right? All he's doing that's very uncomfy is like exploring these concepts in a way that makes most people uncomfy. But we interact with very problematic people on this platform on a daily basis, and I'm not going to stop interacting with people. I'm going to continue talking to them because maybe along the way somebody will change their mind, or maybe I'll learn something new, or maybe we'll understand why somebody thinks a certain way. What is the question I'm weaseling out of, Forever Wild? Is it the consent thingy? You can retract consent if you want.
Stardust, didn't you say like you weren't trying to be academic about it?
Yeah, I wasn't. I wasn't trying to be academic about that interview. That should be my right. If I want to have somebody on my stream, that should be my right. Nobody gets to tell me what to do. Now, what I don't like is that I am being held to the standard where these bigger content creators they're much bigger than me, and they are not being held to the standard. I think that Mr. Girl as a whole is a much larger content creator than me. I'm not platforming him. He's platforming me when he talks to me. And I find that my conversations with this person are super fun, and I enjoy them. And if I find that, it doesn't matter how problematic the person is, I'm going to talk to them. Nobody's gonna fucking talk to me and tell me who the fuck I get to talk to.
Yes. What Seether and Chud were talking about before as well was something akin to that, in that, like, why bother responding to somebody with less followers than you have? This is incredibly weak. The truth is universal in that somebody
Everybody in this group is a much bigger content creator than me. Chud Logic is a bigger content creator than me. Merrick is a bigger content creator than me. Everybody is. So I am not platforming anybody. They are platforming me. So I mean,
No, my point was that and I there's nothing wrong with what you're doing. Actually, I appreciate what you're doing and the bravery and the courage involved with what you've been expressing recently. I'm actually in great awe of. The point that I was actually making was that Chud and Lord Seether earlier were saying, why bother responding to somebody with less followers than you have? Now, as far as I'm concerned, the truth is universal. Somebody could come along with 5 followers or 0 followers, and they could completely tear you apart because they're correct and you aren't.
Yeah, I mean, so my point with the whole thing was maybe that if you have let's say 60,000 following on Twitter, like, why do you spend time with a 300 follower Andy that is just going after you for what you deem to be no good reason? Or you seem to think that their arguments are shit, and you think that they are not even in good faith. So why even?
Let me. I can tell you, insofar as Destiny or Vosh or Hassan still have any value or relevance remaining, is that they're somewhat in touch with real experience. The bigger that you get, the further away that you get from real experience. And if they're going to continue to be successful, it's that they still have access to that. As soon as they lost that, they have nothing. They have nothing. And you see that somewhat with Destiny now, where since he's in a stable relationship or marriage, you actually see the change within his character, and I'm happy for him, by the way.
Yeah. I maybe seemed like I went a bit too like, were a little bit too hardcore in going after Destiny, like, so that was never my intention with the conversation I had with Joe Logic earlier. To me, it was just that I don't necessarily understand. Well, I can actually understand it because it happens to me every now and then as well. But it's like, if I end up discussing with someone on Twitter and I see that they have 2 followers and I've been in this super long conversation with them, I start to think to myself, like, what have I actually gained from this, other than that now I'm a little bit more angry than I were before I started. That's like the only thing I have left from this thing. So my whole point was that
if you would have gained a lot of followers or attention from it, you'd feel somewhat more validated. Is that right?
No, not necessarily, but it's like, it seems maybe that might be a part of it, but I think that my main point is that there are a lot of I'm sorry, English is not my first language, so I have to think a little bit about the words. There are a lot of rather spiteful conversations that are happening on Twitter. We all know that, I think. And maybe we would all be better off if every once in a while we just take a look at those and go, nah, I'm not going to engage with that one. I have nothing to gain from it anyway, so why would I spend my time only getting exhausted from this anyway?
But you're going back to the same point again of like, you're gaining no attention or you're gaining no followers from it because of the size of the individual you're in some kind of conflict with.
Yeah, or that no one else is going to. Maybe that's a part of it. I'm not going to deny that, but
to me, it's not that. It's if I'm mistaken, if the person teaches me something that I didn't know, if they help me refine my argument in any sense,
Yeah, but that's
doesn't
different,
matter.
though.
It doesn't matter
But-
how many followers they have.
Yeah, but that's not what I'm talking about.
It seems to be.
Yeah, but no, because if I'm in a conversation with someone and they have points that I haven't considered, that I'm now being like, hey, that was actually a good point. At that point, I wouldn't really care. Like, they could have 0 followers, they could have 1 million. But if you're suddenly like on 4 days in a row, you are sniping at each other, and then none of you are actually going to gain anything from this because you are, let's say, a larger content creator. Now you are just sending people towards that person, knowingly or unknowingly, and that person's life is going to feel like shit at that point, and you don't feel any better either because you just spent your whole day arguing with a, I guess, nobody or someone that it's irrelevant. So my point isn't that you can learn something from them, because at that point it's a different conversation.
I mean, the other thing you have to look at here is that when you're a very large content creator, 45, 6K, whatever, you have a lot of power in that regard. You have the ability to be able to send people to a person, you know, dogpile on them, shitpile on them. There is a moral, I think, you absolutely can argue there's a moral obligation on the part of very large content creators to act responsibly with the way they interact on Twitter. This should not be a controversial argument.
I really don't. I don't know, dude, because it seems like this standard is being held for everybody except for me. Again, I'm like the smallest content creator out of this entire group. Did anybody say anything when I was getting dogpiled on Twitter and getting called a pedo sympathizer and a pedo apologist and a pedophile? Are you fucking kidding me?
Okay. Number one, when you say, is this happening to anybody else? I mean, I don't think you're the first person to be criticized.
No, but here's the thing. If it happens to me, if it happens to me and I can deal with it, then these people who are much bigger than me have no fucking right to be complaining about what they do, because when they do it to me, I get it. Like, I get it, and I get it really hard. And honestly, I've been called slurs. I've been dogpiled by Nazis. I've been dogpiled by racists. And I will tell you, by far the most fucking insulting thing I've ever been called is a pedophile. So I don't appreciate it. I don't fucking appreciate it. And yeah, no, I don't like it. So.
Sure, but
There's something in what status. There's something in what status.
Wait, sorry to come in. I want to know you to speak, but I just want to have a backwards and forwards between Demsock and Stardust, because I think Demsock wanted to come in to question Stardust a bit. So I'll let you speak in a sec. Demsock, go ahead.
Oh, thanks, Chad. So just to understand your argument, are you arguing that because you can handle the dogpiling and so forth, that other people should be able to handle the dogpile if they enter Twitter?
I just think it's hypocritical. No, that's not my argument. I think it's hypocritical for people to be complaining about getting dogpiled on Twitter when they direct the same exact thing to smaller content creators.
But is your moral standard like hypocrisy? Is your moral standard based on what other people do? Is that how you're going to base the moral standard for your behavior on Twitter?
For my behavior? I don't think I'm big enough on Twitter to enable that kind of attention on somebody.
Sure. Okay.
I do have an example of what Stardust was talking about. I think it's pretty relevant.
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead.
So there was a long conversation between Merrick and Stardust, which would seem to be for Merrick somewhat of a warm up until she spoke to Destiny, and then Stardust had more that she wanted to discuss or she wanted to contribute. But it seemed like as soon as Merrick got the clout that she was interested in, she was no longer interested anymore in discourse.
Okay, you're just saying a bunch of shit and you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Okay, there was never a plan to speak to Destiny. That came about, kind of organically. I don't know, like, I feel like I kind of interjecting. I feel like I interjected because it seemed like we were going around in circles. And as soon as the conversation finished, Destiny DM'd me and said, "Oh, I want to speak to Merrick," basically.
Yeah, but it doesn't have to be planned though. So she had the, yeah, okay, it doesn't function as a warm up then, but she was very deep into this conversation with Stardust. She gets to speak to Destiny. As soon as that's over, Stardust had
She
things
could
that she
she
wanted.
could she sorry, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. She could speak to Destiny at any point. Like she could just message Destiny directly and say, "Can we speak on stream?" She doesn't need to go via me.
I think what he's saying is that when I came back in, that it had changed, like the argument had changed, because prior she said that she had a problem with what Vosh did, right? Then when she was in the conversation with Destiny, she said that, oh, I think you and Vosh can handle it. And then I came back in, I'm like, okay, so Vosh can handle it, but I can't. Even though I engaged in a conversation much more with this person than he did. And I did push back on certain things in that conversation. So I think I think that's hypocritical, and I don't know why she changed her story from being okay with Vosh platforming him, first being not okay with it platforming him and not okay with having that video uploaded, to changing to it's okay for him to have it, I think he can handle it, and then changing it back, when I came in being like, well, yeah, he could handle it, but you can't, even though I engaged with that conversation way more.
Yeah,
Right,
my
so
point,
just to-
my point there was like, imagine somebody speaking very passionately, and then as soon as the stream's turned off, or as soon as they're no longer in the conversation, they start talking in a very much more mild and polite way. This is a kind of hypocrisy to me. That was my point.
But doesn't Merrick like know Destiny more than they know Stardust? She knows Stardust?
Sure, yeah, that doesn't make it right though for the for all of the apologetics to come out with Destiny and to not
Sure.
give me any benefit of the doubt in this, especially like when I'm trying to engage in good faith with this person.
Wait, sorry. There's two things that are being claimed here. Number one is that at least by the later half, Merrick seemed like disinterested in talking to Stardust about this or something, because I think that's what LMF said, didn't they? The problem I have with this is I thought it seemed like it was Stardust, like you wanted to end the conversation more than Merrick did, like because you thought like you were going in circles and there was no way you could like agree with Merrick at that point.
Well, first
That's
off,
what
I thought
remember.
that she was Richard Wolfing me, basically.
But how come you didn't say that to her then?
Well, because in the moment of a debate, I don't think you think about those things, right? I was in the beginning, like I was just like, all right, I'm just gonna let her talk and see how long she talks for. And then when it kept going on, then I was like, all right, I gotta step in. And then and then when I stepped in, it was like, you're not letting me finish a point. And it was like, I don't know, I didn't even think about it like as being Richard Wolfed, but then I looked at it in retrospect, I looked back on the debate. I'm like, damn, dude, I'm really getting Richard Wolf right now.
She's a knight in sheep's clothing.
No, I think part of the issue is I do think Merrick a lot of the time talks in essay like form. I've seen this repeatedly, but I don't know if that's like a very deliberate attempt.
I don't think it's deliberate,
that's
but
dishonest
I
debate tactic or
think
something.
I don't think that part is deliberate, but I think the part where it feels wrong to me is that I am getting criticized this hardly when there are people with much larger platforms who are platforming this person, with much larger audiences who are now going to that person's YouTube, and I have like a fraction of a fraction of a fraction of the following that anybody in this call had, right? Anybody, well, not today, but like yesterday, I have a fraction of a fraction of a fraction of the following that any of them had, and somehow I am getting the brunt of this.
Okay, so I think, well, at least in the communities that I've been a part of, I think the main criticism I have heard about your interview when it comes to platforming wasn't that you platformed him, but that you let him go off unchallenged. This seems to be like the contentious part. For most of the discourse I've seen anyway, I mean, there could be other discourse that I haven't seen, but it was that a lot of people felt like he was being unchallenged in at least some of his assertions.
I don't agree with that. I mean,
Because
I don't know.
have no problem with you platforming him. I
yeah,
just have a problem
so
with you platforming him unchallenged.
Right. So I did challenge him on certain points, but again, like the interview was not meant to be a debate, right? I didn't label it as a debate. I just wanted to interview him. If I wanted to debate him, I would have labeled it as a debate. And when I mean, I think enough people know me debating. I debated on Killstream. When I want to debate, I will debate. But that's not the point that I was doing. Anyways, so I don't think that that's really consistent. Other people platformed him with little pushback. The only thing that Vosh really did was rage quit the call, and and then he uploaded it afterwards. If he really thought that that conversation was that bad, why did he upload it? Other than to just virtue signal. I don't see why me having a good faith conversation with this person and interviewing them and relating with them is so much worse than somebody who is 100 times the following that I do, and them putting that video up.
Okay, so I'll give you, I think to make my point, it would be good if I use an example here. So do you know why most people, at least on the left, criticize Joe Rogan? They criticize Joe Rogan because it's a feeling that Joe Rogan interviews people. But when they say like things that I think, even things that like most people would be considered insane, those people are allowed to go off unchallenged. I think when it came to Vosh and why Vosh uploaded the debate, I think Vosh's intentions for uploading the debate was like, look, this guy's a freak. I think this guy's dangerous, and I don't think people should like take this person seriously. I think it was a way for Vosh. I mean, I don't know. I'm not his brain.
Joe Rogan interviews people and tolerates extreme things. Do you have any example whatsoever for that, or you just want to say it?
Yeah, the anti-vax doctor, I think, was a fairly good example of that. I think when he's, even 2017, 2018, when he's interviewed Alex Jones, when he's interviewed Ben Shapiro, a lot of the time he lets these people go off a lot of the time unchallenged, and that's been a constant criticism of Joe Rogan's format and the way he interviews people.
Oh yeah, people criticize Rogan for that shit all the time, and it's probably correct too. He's had Jimmy Dore on a bunch of times as well. So yeah.
I think what Stardust is saying here though is how come other people have him on? There's none of this critique of legitimization, and then she does it, and then she's criticized for legitimizing the guy.
Okay, are you asking me?
And I'm also like I'm a speck of dust in comparison to these people. I'm a speck of dust in comparison to him.
Yeah, I just want to point out that, Chad, I'm assuming that you were talking about Stardust earlier in our conversation when you were mentioning that.
When I said all these slurs, yeah, that's right, yeah.
Yeah,
Sorry, what?
yes. No, when you were talking about how some people that have sort of been not sympathetic but more calmly talking about Mr. Girl and how they are being... Yeah, I'm assuming.
Yeah,
that you were
Stardust is
Stardust.
it was broadly, but yeah, sure, I would include Stardust in that for sure. Like, I think it's completely egregious to in any way suggest or insinuate Stardust is a fucking pedo. That's totally fucking.
And,
yeah, I would agree with that.
Honestly, that's the most insulting thing I've ever been called.
Yeah.
And I have been dogpiled by Groypers. I've been dogpiled by Nazis, and I've been told that people think that my entire lineage should be wiped out. I've had people tell me that I deserve to be nuked. So I can tell you that being called a pedo is the worst thing that I have ever been called. And I'm sorry. The behavior around this is like it's unacceptable. It's disrespectful. And I have, again, a fraction of the following that these people have. They don't get any criticism on this, and I do.
Yeah, I just want to point out that so in the beginning of the conversation that I had with Judd now, I was talking about how I don't see. I don't think that it is bad to sort of have a more humanizing view on people that are not necessarily great people either way. And,
I mean, we interact with people who are way
Yeah.
more problematic on a daily basis. We interact with people who are far more like problematic in their political views. And when does that ever make a difference? I interact with those people friendly. Somebody tried to cancel me for talking to CTV, but even then, like, are you serious? Do you know my background that I come from? Like, I come from a background that's way more conservative than any conservative that you guys know. So fuck you guys, honestly.
Yeah,
way more conservative than any of you fucking guys know. So fuck you people. Fuck all of you. If you think that you can tell me who the fuck I get to talk to, because again, I grew up in a community where men and women didn't fucking look at each other, okay? We don't fucking look at each other. Please,
I
dude.
want to
I'm
say-
gonna fucking lose my mind with these people. You guys are so
I
fucking
just-
sheltered.
I just-
So sheltered.
yeah,
You're so sheltered. Sheltered little baby bitches, okay?
I just wanted to
No.
point out that I actually take your side on this.
No, I know.
Okay,
I'm just yelling at you.
Can I just first of all, there's two arguments around this issue when it comes to deplatforming. One is that like there are certain groups of people who we should never talk to, right? That's like one side. That's like the Vivian Woolf like argument. That's not my argument. My argument is, yeah, you can platform people, but I think they have to be challenged. I don't think this is a very controversial position to take. I think it's probably actually the centrist position to take on this. And again, that's my problem.
No, fuck that. You know what? I get to humanize who I want to humanize, okay? I can push back, and when I decide to push back, when I decide to debate somebody, I will do that. But that was not the aim of my fucking interview. The aim of my interview was to talk to this person, have a conversation, have a back and forth that was good faith. I was not there to fucking debate, and if I wanted to debate, I would have labeled it as a debate. But no, you guys don't forget to fucking tell me that I had to engage with people. No, I'm not finished. Okay, I don't have to engage with people on your fucking terms, okay? I swear to God, I run a fucking panel, a meme panel. So fuck you guys. Seriously.
Okay, first of all, there's a
Yeah,
difference
you nearly
between.
calm
Also,
down
what
there.
specifically do you think I should have...
Stop. Let pragmatic leftist respond, please. Thank you.
There is a difference between trying to coerce you into action and offering you criticism. I think these two things are very different. I don't think there's a real possibility for like 400, 500 follower people to like really force you into the stuff you have. I mean, really, the only thing you can be forced on is like Twitch TOS, and you haven't broken any of that. But I do think people are allowed to offer criticisms of
Sure,
the type of people you
yeah.
platform and
When
how
it's good.
you platform them. And no, that's not how it works though.
No.
In
Okay,
reality,
when I
that's
say
not-
good criticism, I mean give me specific criticism. When have I gotten specific criticism, like from anybody here? Like, you didn't push back enough. Well, what did I not push back enough on? What specifically?
Okay. So again, I'm gonna offer one thing. On one thing, I do think there were people who watched clips of the interview and didn't watch like the full like thing. I think that is like, I think that is genuinely true. I think the
Did you
broader
watch it?
problem, huh?
Did
yeah,
you watch
I did.
it? Okay, you watched the entire
Yeah,
thing?
I did. I watched 90% of it. You know
Okay,
what
so
I
you
mean?
should be able to
I
list
haven't
me
watched the
some
entire
points
thing.
that you think I should have pushed back on, right?
Okay.
I did not watch this, by the way.
Yes, and of course we all know that the very bad Chud Logic didn't watch it either. Well, he did, but he watched on stream afterwards.
Yeah, I watched a bit of it. I was, kind of half paid attention.
Yeah, fuck you,
so,
Chad, okay? Fuck
Yeah,
you.
fuck you. Yeah.
Anyway,
Yeah, go on.
so did you have any points that you think Stardust should have?
No,
push
so
back
okay,
on?
Dr. Jellicle, Merritt gave points on his videos. Those didn't come up in my interview with him. Those were his videos. She went line by line
Okay.
in one of his videos.
But
This is
don't-
Stardust. I know. Stop talking to chat, please. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Go on,
It's very
pragmatic
difficult.
leftist.
I do it as well. I think one of the main criticisms is that you didn't ask him about some of that stuff in the video, and I think that was like some of like the criticism that came through quite clearly is that if you're going to have an interview with someone, I would hope you would at least ask them about like some of the most controversial points in the videography, and it doesn't seem you did that.
The most controversial points in the videography, I think most
In
of
the
what I was
videography of him.
right. From most of
video.
what I was asking about in the interview, I think was mostly like stepping into the mind of like a rapist, right, or stepping into the mind of like a P word, right, and that was kind of like my focus, and just kind of like I don't know, I just felt like I was relating to him. That's all. Maybe there were a couple of points maybe I could have pushed back on, but like I don't know exactly. Like, I know the only thing that anybody brought up, like specifically, was like the idea of like how complicated consent is, and I don't know that I necessarily disagree with that because it is complicated, and I don't know that like verbal consent is the only thing that we need to be going off of. I think we need to be looking at this at a much more holistic level, right?
Sure. So, do you think when he said consent was boring, right? There's a lot of men in. I'm thinking there was a lot of males in that stream. Do you think when you don't heavily push back on something like that, or
It
you
is
don't
boring.
clarify like you did here, that you don't clarify like you did here, consent is boring, but it's important. Do you not think that is a dangerous thing to do? That you're giving a message that actually could cause like harm in the real world?
I think I think my audience generally knows like my views on my things. I've been very open about my experiences, or as much as I can be, on the days that I can be, and I think that my audience knows well enough that I take assault and I take rape very seriously, and I take child assault and child abuse very seriously. I don't think it takes a lot of me explaining for people to know that I'm very hurt by these subjects.
Okay, fine. Do you think that his audience knows that though? The people who like listen to him more than they listen to you.
I thought
Do
we
you
were
think his
pretty. I
audience
thought we were
knows
pretty. I thought we were pretty explicit with that. Like, I may have not been
What?
like verbally like saying everything that I was, everything that I've been through, but like I think I was pretty explicit that like that at like the level of why I get so fixated on certain topics.
Okay.
I don't think that it's necessarily my responsibility to be responsible for every single audience member misinterpreting something that I say, right?
Okay. I don't know if it's your responsibility, but I do.
Responsibility.
What?
His
Say that again?
audience isn't her responsibility, and she's one of the only streamers I've ever seen, ever. She dedicated a part of maybe an hour of a stream, was it yesterday, to affirmative consent. Who else is going over this?
Okay, well, that is good. I thank Stardust for that. Okay, so if I understand you correctly, LMF, let's say you debate a like far right person, as an example. Do you believe is not one of the points of that to try and convince the audience members of the other person? So don't you in some way have a responsibility to how the audience, that person's audience you're debating or interviewing, interprets what you're saying?
No.
No.
Really? Oh,
No, I
what?
can only.
You
Really,
don't.
it's
Wait.
gonna. It's gonna. Are you telling me? Are you telling me? Am I not gonna defend my own ideas automatically? The only responsibility I have is to myself. And is she
That's
not gonna
not-
defend her own ideas anyway?
I want to point out you don't have a responsibility towards the other person's audience, but you have a responsibility towards your audience and yourself. So
I
you
don't
have
even
a
think I have that
responsibility-
much.
No, but
That's such a bad argument.
So wait, I wanna.
No, not
I wanna,
you, Stardust.
Yeah, but if I could make my point. So if I were to debate a Nazi, for example, I would say that I have a responsibility that none of the people watching my stream go away from that thinking that Nazism is a good idea. So that's sort of the responsibility I have. When it comes to converting people from the other side, that's a bonus. That's not a responsibility, in my opinion.
Wait, what would be the point of debating someone is if it wasn't to if it wasn't first, I would argue, to convert some people from the other side. That's been like the whole point.
No. 60-20-20.
What does this have to do
Sure.
with the?
Sorry.
You aim for the
Getting
people in the middle, not for the people on the other side.
True. That is true
Sure.
when you do a debate. And even then, I wasn't
Okay.
doing a debate.
Depends what kind of weapon you're using.
Yeah, and honestly, even in my interview, if you had listened to the whole thing, which I highly doubt that you did, you would have heard himself
come on, that's
saying,
bad.
"No, fuck you." Okay, if you had listened
What?
to the
That's
entire
overly
interview,
aggressive.
if you
There
excuse
is
me,
no need
if
to
you
be
had
aggressive.
if you had listened to the entire interview, then you would have known that at the point where we're talking about pedophiles, that he very explicitly says that pedophiles don't need to be around fucking children. He said that they shouldn't be around children. They should not be around children alone. He himself has said that, so I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You didn't watch my fucking interview. Don't fucking act like you watched it when you didn't.
Okay. Do you think that's like a normal reaction to anything I've said
Yes.
so far? Considering I have not been aggressive at all in this conversation.
It is because
So
I'm being insulted.
really-
My character is being insulted, and
Insulted?
I'm sorry. I think it's unacceptable. Don't fucking disrespect me like that. Don't fucking tell me that you think you can tell me what to do and tell me how to run my fucking channel when you don't even read, you don't even watch my content. You don't even know you don't know shit about me. You don't know shit about what I've been through. You don't know shit about what I have done on this platform. Okay, so don't fucking tell me what to do. Okay, it's disrespectful.
Okay, first of all, Stardust, I have seen your content. You should know. I've been in your chat before. So that's number one. Number two,
Did you say it was
watch the-
PMSing?
No. I said that I've been in your chat
No,
before.
I don't think you. No.
What? What? I'm.
Are you?
Okay, this is.
No, somebody asked in chat. Sorry.
Oh, okay. I thought you were asking
I
me.
told
Sorry.
you. Stop
Sorry.
addressing chat. Stop
I'm
chat.
thinking like, what? I wouldn't say that. Okay.
I'm not.
I did watch the problem I have is you keep on saying people are trying to like control like your stream, but people trying to control your stream and people offering criticism are two very different things. And I think you're lumping together the people who are offering criticism and the people who are actively trying to coercively like change your stream into like one group. And I think that's like very unproductive.
Yeah, well, I don't feel like I've been getting, like, see, I get feedback from friends, right? I get feedback from Bossit, who has been really good at giving me feedback about my interview and showing where I can push back. I get feedback from my community, who are good at, like, telling me where I could push back more, or what I could have done better in an interview, right? Or even when I choose to debate, then I they give me good feedback on that. But when somebody comes in and says that I need to be responsible with my platforming, I don't think anybody who doesn't watch my shit on a regular basis, one, has the right to tell me that, and two, to make assessments of my character based on that.
Okay, so just to be clear, I need to understand this first. Do you believe that streamers do have a moral obligation to be responsible with their platform?
No, I don't. I don't think so. I mean,
wow,
I think
not a harm reductionist then.
I don't think so.
She's- what
Okay,
did you-
so
what did you say?
so
She's-
I think
she's a
that
what? She's
No,
a
I,
what?
I do
I said-
my
wait.
I
I
do
said
my
she's not a harm
duty,
reductionist
right?
then.
I do my
Okay.
duty, and I think I should, but like I'm not gonna hold anybody else to that. Are you kidding me? But like my stream is my stream,
Really?
right? And I think
Wait.
that if anybody looked at the content that I put out, they would know that I don't platform irresponsibly or whatever. Okay, it's not like I'm doing a surfs and arguing with Lauren Southern completely unprepared. It's just like I can't. I don't know. I don't think that I'm actually that. If we're going to be real, I don't think I should be responsible for my audience. I think that they're all grown adults and they're going to do what they want to do. But I will be nice and I will try to communicate the best messages that I can to them, because that's what I'd like to put out into the world. Do I think that I should be responsible for them? No. They're all fucking adults. They better get their shit together. But
Oh, this is like such a bad argument.
it's
This is
not a
like-
bad
it's-
argument. I'm not a
Absolutely.
babysitter. I'm not a babysitter. I'm sorry. My people are fucking adults, and they better and you know what? If they're gonna go out and harass anybody, please tell me if they're harassing you. I will ban them.
Well, by saying that you do think you're saying if they're harassing you, I will ban them. So obviously you believe that you have some form of moral
I don't think I should
obligation
have
to your-
to. I choose to.
Really? You don't think so? Not. Oh, no, I'm not talking legal. I'm talking like a moral obligation. You don't think you should have to on like a moral obligation?
No, I don't think so. I think I think
Really?
that I personally can hold myself to things that I don't think that everybody else should have to.
Isn't she
How do we-
somewhat being in? Isn't she being gaslit in a certain sense that Merrick comes on and says it's okay if Vosh or Destiny talks to Mr. Girl, but if Stardust talks to him, then that's a problem. What qualifies Vosh? What qualifies Destiny besides some shitty degree in sociology to
Okay,
talk to
I'm
and
gonna need-
engage in this?
Hold on. I'm gonna need Chud's confirmation here. Chud, in the conversation with Merrick, in the conversation with Destiny, did Merrick change her position about
Yes.
that she thought it was okay of Vosh to platform Mr.
Yes.
Girl?
Yes.
She's fine with those doing
She
it.
did.
She's
She changed her
completely fine with
position.
those doing it.
As soon
Okay,
as she started talking to Destiny, she started changing her position on platforming Mr. Girl. And she said it's okay for Destiny and Vosh to do it. I know you guys are capable of doing it. But
Okay.
if Stardust has an honest conversation with him where Mr. Girl honestly actually says that pedophiles need to get help and says that that pedophiles need to stay the fuck away from kids, then yeah, and then when Mr. Girl talks about his own personal experiences, of course I can't platform him even though we have these very important conversations. It's hypocritical.
Okay. So, first of all, Merrick shouldn't have done that. Fuck, why didn't Merrick just argue for, like, responsible platforming? She would have had such an
She
easier
just
job.
Richard Wolf
Um,
me, that's all.
That's the first point I'd make. So, that's bad. I don't think
Could
Merrick
someone
should have done that.
explain that term to me?
What, responsible platforming?
No,
Richard Wolfing
Wolf.
somebody when somebody keeps going
Okay.
on and on,
Sorry.
and then when you try
Oh,
to
okay.
when you try to
Yeah.
I feel like
argue
I'm in
and then
Virginia
and then
Wolf.
they get mad at you for not letting them finish their point.
Yeah, so it's after the Destiny debate, I'm guessing.
Yeah, like the Destiny Richard D. Wolf debate
Yeah.
set socialists back like 5 years on this platform. But
She's,
like,
she initially said Vosh shouldn't have had him on and that Vosh shouldn't have even uploaded the video, and then she changed that as soon as Destiny and her were talking.
fuck, that's not only bad for you. That's pretty poor form for her treatment of Vosh. So that's wow. Okay. I didn't know any of that. I didn't realize happened. Wow. Okay. Okay. So
Within that, to be fair to Merrick, within that she did apologize to Destiny for
Wait.
liking
Okay.
tweets about his kids and stuff. So to be fair to her, that was
Yeah,
pretty respectable of her.
okay. There are 2 points that could have happened here. She could have been dishonest, but do you think there's any point that some way through the debate with Destiny, Merrick could have changed her mind based on what Destiny said? Because sometimes when in a
Sure.
debate with someone,
She could have, but then she doubled down as
Yeah.
soon as I was back in the call.
okay, that's oh, so
It's
you got
shitty.
back. I didn't come for. I wasn't there for that bit. Did you come back in the call?
I did come back in the call. I asked her why she thinks now that Vosh is more capable than me when Vosh literally quit the call, and I actually engaged with Mr. Girl to the extent at which Mr. Girl was able to clarify his statements and say that he thinks pedophiles shouldn't be around kids, that pedophiles need to get help, and he was able to elaborate on his own personal experiences, and I think that was way more responsible, honestly. But it doesn't matter because nobody wants to watch my fucking content because and everybody wants to criticize me for my fucking content without watching it.
I think your content is good.
Thanks.
I've before this, and I've watched you for a while. I've never had a problem with your content, Stardust. I never have. This is the first thing, a really big thing I think we've ever disagreed upon.
And also, can I just say, throughout the entirety of that conversation, I felt like I was being talked down to. Like, especially in the second half, I feel like I was being talked to like a
With Merrick?
child. Yeah. I felt like I was being talked
Okay,
to like a child.
Okay, there's a pretty important question I want to ask. do you at least understand why people may have very emotional reactions
Yes.
when they see people debate pedophilia?
Yes, I have a very emotional reaction to it.
Well, it just feels like when a lot of time we have this conversation, and
Why am I
actually, Chubb said this
responsible for anybody else's emotional reaction to it? I'm not.
Okay,
I get to do what
no,
I
not-
want on
that's
my
not my argument.
platform.
Okay, I'm not saying you're responsible. I'm saying that sometimes it can help to understand. You have just said repeatedly that you think it's important to understand, well, that you were trying to understand, the mind of a rapist, the mind of a pedophile type of stuff. Don't you think it's equally as important to understand the mind of someone who
Are you
is a
kidding? Are you
victim
really asking me that question? I think my audience knows how I feel about these things. I think my audience knows. I retold my entire trauma yesterday on my fucking channel. Are you kidding me?
I didn't
No,
say that.
I literally told my rape story yesterday on my channel. I will not, I swear to God, people think that they can gatekeep me out of conversations based on what they perceive my trauma is or what they perceive I've been through. No, I don't think so. I don't think that that's right. I don't think I'm responsible for anybody else's emotional response. Nobody's responsible for my emotional response, and that therefore I should be able to do whatever the fuck I want.
Can I try from a slightly different angle? And I do have
Sure,
some
go
issues
ahead.
with your content. It's way too much Stardew Valley.
Oh, I don't do Stardew Valley.
So-
That's called
So
Sunhaven.
let's say instead of Mr. Gold straddling the complete line of freedom of expression, which is objectively what he's doing. What if somebody was going around saying there's a new fascist or a new dictator in town, and he's saying we should go around killing minorities or segregating minorities?
Mhm.
Wouldn't you have some kind of responsibility there?
If he was on my platform, or if I
Yes.
if I'm talking, yeah, of course. If he's going around saying I'm gonna kill minorities, yeah, I'd be like, bro, what the fuck's wrong with you? What happened to you?
So,
And I would push back on him
Mr.
100%.
If Mr. Girl is innocent, so you have the responsibility there, but you don't have the responsibility with Mr. Girl. What's separating the two?
Well, I mean, technically I don't. I mean, so I guess maybe I misworded that. Technically I don't, but it would morally I probably should. I don't know. I don't. My views on morals are are kind of weird, but I think that
Typical
for
atheist.
me that would be something that I would do because I think I should do that. But it makes sense if somebody is another content creator and they have this crazy person advocating for the genocide of people, that maybe they'd be scared to do that. So I'm not gonna push everybody to do that, right?
So you're saying you accept what he's saying is clearly within the defines of free speech. It isn't violent it isn't violent specifically.
It's within the confines of free speech, and I would argue about it with him. But that's just what I would do. If somebody else is not going to do that, what can I do about it? I'm not going to police them.
So just to be clear, you think that what Mr. Girl said is in the confines of freedom of speech, just to be clear?
Yeah.
Stardust? Okay. Well, if that's true, then why did TikTok ban him, and why was TikTok concerned that maybe some of his content could have been breaching criminal laws?
TikTok, I don't know why they banned him. I don't know if it's criminal laws, but every platform
That was
has
one of the things they
TOS.
said.
Okay, excuse me. Let me finish. Okay, the TOS on every platform is going to be different. And I think that that every platform has the right to ban somebody based on TOS, but he hasn't broken TOS on on Twitch. He hasn't broken TOS anywhere else.
You can also be censored without you can be censored for free speech as well. So the existence of a ban doesn't necessarily prove that you broke free speech conventions in any way.
No. Okay. What I am saying is the fact that a big multimedia company like TikTok thought that, hey, we're a bit concerned here that this content may be breaking certain laws which wouldn't fall under the Convention of Free Speech, at least legally. Why would I'm just asking, why do you think they thought that? inductively.
I don't
You know
know.
what I
I don't know, dude, and I don't care what they do on TikTok. What I'm doing, what TikTok does with their platform is none of my fucking business. And what I do on my fucking stream is nobody else's business either.
But it is to some extent.
It's not
This
really.
is the problem. You don't think that when you run a Twitch channel that it how do I explain this? You don't think that when you run a Twitch channel that people have a right to look at it and judge whether they think that
Sure.
platforming is good or not?
They have a right to
So
do
how
that.
is it not their business?
They have a right to judge it, but I also have the right to tell them to fuck off.
Sure, but that wouldn't necessarily imply that it's none of their business. I don't think I don't think if you have a public Twitch channel, you can exactly say, "Hey, this platform, this person or that person is none of your business," because
They
it's a
have no
public Twitch
business
channel.
in telling me what to do. They can comment all they want. And you know what? I'll even go a step further. They can call me all the words they want on Twitter too. I don't give a fuck.
I don't think I should be
But
allowed to do that.
don't fucking grandstand about your morals and how morally righteous you are when your people are saying that I'm a P word, okay? Absolutely not.
Okay, that's fair. Okay, I would accept that's fair, okay? But it seems like you don't understand the difference between like criticism and coercion. You're telling people
No, there's constructive
you
criticism.
don't have a okay,
Sure.
no,
But
I'm
I have
talking
yet
about
to
whether it's
receive that.
constructive.
Like, you haven't enlisted any points that you think that I should have, like, I don't know, done better on.
Yeah, I think I have the whole consent thing.
Okay, I clarified
I think
it.
that was a particularly yikes. I think that was a yikes moment in the interview.
Well, I clarified it, and I get again. I can clarify it again, but I think my audience does know about that. What else? Tell me what else. Because I have now amended that one. So what else do I need to amend?
Hang on.
I don't
Do you wish that you would have done better at that time, or is it just something to clarify and a mistake?
I think the thing is like, my audience knows me very well again, and I do think that, I mean, sure, I could have done it better, and I'll do it better in the future, but like I can't really have regrets over like things, right? I have to just move forward and do better. So
Okay, you think that your Twitch audience understands you well. Well, I mean, you know, I've been watching Twitch streams and Twitch streamers since 2019, and I can say there are so many fans of these communities who then go and like say the positions of their favorite Twitch streamer. Then that Twitch streamer sees that and goes, "Hey, nobody understands my position." People don't understand the Twitch streamer's position as well as you think they might. This is like a constant problem. Destiny, Vosh,
sure.
Hassan.
And I just said earlier
even
that
George
I'm not
Logic has had this problem
responsible.
before.
Right. I just said before though, I'm not responsible
No, but that was
necessarily
ju-
for
but
my viewers, right?
Okay, you cannot at the same time say that as well as saying that you think your community understands your position well. Those
Why
two
not?
are very contradictory positions.
How are they contradictory? I think they do understand me, but even if they didn't, it's not really my it's not my responsibility to monitor 100 people.
No,
I'm
but
not
you
their
don't believe it's
moms.
probably- Wait, you don't believe you have a moral obligation, or at least try your best?
I do try my best.
Sure, that's fine then. That's...
Okay.
She has 8 arms, not 8 brains.
Yeah.
One of the things I wanted to kind of push back on a little bit was sort of the framing on this Demsock. Like,
Sure,
I
go
feel okay. So just from watching this and listening from a distance, it really feels like it's being framed as though what Stardust was doing was, well, first of all, you mentioned multiple times that she was, quote, debating pedophilia, right? And
Apparently I'm a Hitler now, guys.
yeah, a couple of different times. I was thinking about clipping it just because I felt like maybe I should show it to you, but Yeah, it's like it makes it feel almost as though
They would claim they're responsible,
it's
but I don't think that
like
Vosher
that
Zanderhall
she's
would
bringing
be
on this
responsible. It's
person
like what happened with
to spout
PewDiePie. Do I think
their
PewDiePie is
bad
responsible for that?
ideas,
No.
and the goal is for her to push back, but she didn't push back well enough. But that isn't what the basis of the interview was. It was effectively an interview, and it was sort of trying to understand the perspective of the guy, and there was some pushback, and in other cases there probably should have been more pushback but wasn't. But overall, the goal was to understand where he's coming from and understand the mentality and what his motives are.
Let me ask you this. If understanding where someone's coming from is the aim, okay, of an interview, but that interview ends up reinforcing social harm, is that morally good?
What social harm?
What is it? Yeah, I need to understand the reinforcing social harm part.
Wait. Because your argument right now seems to be that, like, well, it wasn't a debate, it was an interview. You know, she was trying to understand where he was coming from. You're saying is a debate. So I'm asking if, okay, if in a hypothetical situation, right, in a hypothetical situation, trying to understand someone, if that was to reinforce social harm, would that be morally good? In a hypothetical, it's a hypothetical.
In a hypothetical, probably not. Yeah, I don't think that
Okay,
would
fine.
be like. It depends on how you're approaching the interview. So, is like where would be the harm in this particular interview?
Okay.
Like what do you see as being the harm there?
This dude didn't watch the
prob-
interview, so I don't know if he can answer this.
Can we just get like a simple and like was it wrong for her to have the person on and to have a conversation with them? Like just a yes or no to that. Like just simplify it.
I mean,
Are you asking me or
think the
Zonia?
answer. I'm thinking the answer from a lot of
Well,
people is going to be no.
both of you, like yes or no, was it wrong to her? What was it wrong for her to have him on and have a conversation?
No.
No.
Okay. 1 second.
Sure.
This is what I think we need to kind of clear up is.
Wait. Are you asking for my position on pedophilia? Is that like what you're asking for?
No, but if you have any confessions to make, then okay.
I think what needs to be kind of demonstrated here is like, is your perspective that maybe, like, and give me a little bit more information. Are you worried that she overly humanized him or something?
Yes, that is one of my big concerns.
No.
Yeah.
I humanized
But
him. Oh, how could I?
Does the size matter at all in your opinion? Like the fact that Mr. Girl has a much larger following than Stardust, does that factor into it for you at all? A pragmatic leftist?
Okay, so Mr. Girl has a larger following on YouTube. Sure, but he doesn't have a... I don't think, and maybe Stardust can correct me on this, does Mr. Girl have a larger following on Twitch than Stardust?
Sorry, I was muted. No, he doesn't. But on YouTube, yeah, he's got much larger following than me.
Sure. But do you reckon, has most of this discourse, would you say, been on YouTube or has it been on Twitch?
It's been on Twitch, but like I have 100 viewers usually.
Well, not now. I mean, that interview has been spread far and wide. And yeah, that's not your responsibility.
It's not.
But you do have a bigger platform than him on Twitch. And my concern absolutely is that I think you overly humanized him, and I think that
I don't think it's a bad thing.
lead to harm.
Yeah, I don't think so
it
either.
absolutely
I
is
think
a bad
he's
thing.
no. I think he's a good guy.
Absolutely is a bad thing.
I think he's a good guy. I don't have any problem with humanizing him.
Wait. No. I need to ask this because this is... Okay, so a common DGG argument with a lot of things is that how this is seen to normal people. It's a very common argument you guys do. So what I want to know...
Hold on, before you say DGG and you guys, Stardust is not a DGGer.
Yeah, I'm my own person. Thank you.
Okay, fine. Okay, yeah.
So, and let's not... Also,
I don't like being compared to larger
do
male
that.
content creators, okay? Seems a little misogynistic
let's not
to
be
me.
like overly reductive in these things.
Are you
and
going
try
to work scold me at the
assign-
moment?
If we say DGG
No,
one
I'm
more
just
time,
joking.
if we say DGG more times now, then Dustin is going to hear us and is going to join the call.
I can't believe you
Destiny,
believe in
Destiny. You gotta say it 3
dehumanization.
times.
What?
You like dehumanizing people? You want me to dehumanize anybody I have on my stream?
I
That
think
sounds really shitty.
dehumanization- Wait, no, it's not. I believe that if there is evidence that dehumanization would lead to wider reductions in harm for society, I believe that dehumanization would be good. I'm not a virtue.
I think the Nazis believed that, didn't they, when they were
I
carting
don't-
off Jews in the fucking train thing? So.
And
Hold on.
the
Wait,
reverse
wait,
is
wait,
what
wait.
would actually lead to a reduction of harm, in my opinion. Humanizing people. So, okay, part of the main problem that we have right now with pedophiles getting away with what they do is that they are afraid to come out and admit what they are and seek help and seek preventative help, because they know they will get ostracized and demonized, that they will lose their friends and family, that they'll end up being anathema. So I think it is important to make sure that we create a world in which it's where they're not going
pedophilia
to
is
have to
normalized,
hide.
right?
To the
It's
point. To the
not
So,
point.
okay,
pedophilia,
so
dude.
Demsock, so you want
Jesus
to enable
Christ.
pedophiles more? That's what you want to do?
What?
Because if they're going to have to hide from society and not come out and admit what they are and pursue treatment, then they're much more likely to cave and give in to the urges and prey on people. Everybody knows
Is
that,
there
right? We
evidence?
can easily
Is
demonstrate
there evidence?
that.
Is there evidence? So
Yes.
quickly, is there evidence?
Yes, there is.
That these
There is
treatments
evidence.
work
I
on
can give you a precise example.
100% on pedophiles. Is that
100%.
actually the argument?
We
Does
can't
it-
do a
hold
study
on.
on pedophiles,
Yeah.
but I can tell you about how they changed the laws. I think it's in California about the
Violent,
criminalization
savage,
of
disgusting
of
animal.
sorry, I got distracted by chat. They decrease like the charges of somebody knowingly spreading an STD, so that more people would get tested for STDs, because people thought if they can prove that I knowingly spread an STD, then I'm going to go to jail or whatever. So they decided to change that so that people could get tested for STDs, and just in case they accidentally spread them, that, you know, they wouldn't be charged like that, right?
Yeah.
So
And we
Like a
also
very
know,
specific-
and we also know that
Can't
like
respond
sex,
to one point. It's
sex
amazing.
Well, I'm going to reinforce this point, because we also know that sex workers who work in areas where sex work is illegal, they don't feel empowered to go to the police to protect themselves when they're abused and taken advantage of, and so it perpetuates a black market form of prostitution that's highly predatory and exploitative. And so one of the arguments that a lot of us have for for decriminalizing sex work,
my
is to
goodness,
give
debate lord,
sex
thank you
workers
so much
the
for the
empowerment
25
and the
tier 1
ability
subs. I
to
appreciate
go to
you.
law enforcement to protect themselves and to pursue legal actions to protect themselves, right? The same thing happens with now we don't want to legalize pedophilia, but we also don't want to dehumanize them to the point where they're afraid to pursue help and afraid to seek, you know, treatment or whatever. So the more that we go and dehumanize people and put them in a situation where they're going to be treated as monsters and they will have to hide from society, the more likely it is that they're going to end up receding and caving to urges and preying on children. So we need to make sure that we have some kind of way to say, look, if you come out and admit what you are and pursue treatment, we can treat you like a human being. So that's the whole point of this thing. That's why this discussion, the way it is, the way it went the way it went. Right.
Sorry, I just want to say I feel like this is getting a bit of a dogpile situation. You know, Pragmatic Leftist is, I think, the only one here that's been super critical of Mr. Gerd and the platform and stuff. So if we could just try and bear that in mind and not pile on points on top of
It's
them.
okay, Chad.
All right, I'll go after Stardust. She deserves a little bit of punch from me.
I'll switch position as well.
They don't just switch positions.
I'm pro pedophilia now.
For God's sake.
Oh, Jesus Christ,
Listen, Pragmatic Leftist, if it's getting
Stardust, you were being so irresponsible. I can't believe
of
it.
course.
We're not friends anymore. I'm kicking you out of my server.
Right, go on,
Okay.
Pragmatic Leftist. Say what you got to say.
Okay. First of all, I think it's a little bit weird that we are comparing people having STDs and sex workers to pedophiles. I think that says
You
something
asked for
very
evidence.
odd.
No, he wasn't.
Wait,
no.
it says something very odd about this
She wasn't.
conversation
Okay,
that we're
can we follow this
having.
logically?
The second, Oh my goodness, I can't even get a point out.
Sorry, I'm
Like,
sorry.
this is
I'll be
like one
quiet.
of the-
I'm sorry, I'll be quiet. I'll be quiet. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So that's number one, okay? Number two is, do any of you think if you were to run on a policy in any US state that you would win? You don't think, at least on an optics level, because to some degree that is important, on an optics level, that this is not what conservatives fearmonger about, that they fearmonger. First it's gays, then it's lesbians, then it's trans people. Now, okay, and eventually what they're going to do? They're going to start arguing for the legitimization of pedophiles. They already believe in, like, the map stuff and that we should identify these people maps. Do you not see how this sounds?
Let me know when you're finished. I want to respond really badly.
My brain explodes with this. I can't think of anything else that harms the left more than this discourse. Go.
Okay. All right. So the first point you had was about about us talking about examples in which the destigmatization of something led to improved outcomes. Now let's take this abstractly, right? If we destigmatize having STDs, decriminalize a certain aspect of STDs, that means that those people can go out and get testing. It logically makes sense. If we destigmatize sex work and make it less of a thing that people avoid talking about, then yes, they're going to go and get help when they need it. It just makes sense logically. I don't know how you don't follow that train. Secondly, running for any state legislation, is that really your argument? What do you think people thought back when segregation was popular or when slavery was popular? The popular opinion is not always right, okay? People once thought overwhelmingly that people should be slaves. People once thought overwhelmingly that people should be segregated. People once thought overwhelmingly that gay people didn't deserve rights. So no, I don't fucking follow that. I don't care what's popular. I'm not a populist, okay? I care about reducing harm, and guess what's going to reduce harm? Allowing people who are ill to get treatment without fearing for their lives.
I hate to be the guy that just affirms things, but I agree. Harm reduction should be the number one way to look at more or less any political issue in this world. So I agree wholeheartedly. If giving pedophiles some sort of treatment can reduce harm, then yeah, that's exactly what we should do.
And if they're just spending all their time
within
hiding.
the abstract. We're still within the abstract here, but Destiny, peace be upon him, he did give us an example of something. It's beyond pedophilia, but into rape as well, where he said that if some woman, or it doesn't have to necessarily be a woman, if somebody becomes aware of the fact that going to somebody's house from a Tinder date could lead to one of these situations, then he may have helped reduce rape, or he may have reformed the rape landscape.
Please repeat that. Please repeat that hypothetical. I wasn't concentrating, please. Sorry, the Destiny hypothetical.
So when they're talking to Mr. Goat, because it's more than the P content, that if somebody becomes aware that by going to somebody's house from a Tinder date may seem like some kind of consent, then if they hear that and then think, okay, I was going to do that, but it may not be the best idea, that he may have helped reform what he called the rape landscape, or he may have reduced harm in that sense, just by having this conversation, just by engaging in this.
Brown, savage, disgusting animal.
Somebody of their own safety in this regard.
Okay.
What would you do? What would you do?
Wait, sorry, Stardust. You're gonna get a chance.
Okay,
Is it permanently just run? Okay.
First, I need to clarify something in chat that's people got confused with what I said. Okay, number one, I don't think that the LGBTQIA+ community supports maps or the identification of maps. That is not my argument. My argument is that they oppose that, and most people oppose that. That is my
Brown,
argument.
savage, disgusting animal.
And my argument was, but conservatives think that the LGBTQIA+ community supports that. That's the problem. I had to clarify that because some people got confused. So, yes, there was someone in chat saying that. So, gosh, okay. Stardust. I'm sorry. You have literally said I don't care what's popular, and then you started
Brown, savage,
comparing.
disgusting animal.
You started comparing like the humanization of pedophiles to like slavery. I'm sorry.
hang on,
Okay.
hang
How
on.
is that
I
not
understand.
equivalent? You asked
No.
me. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. You asked you. What you're doing right now is that you're moral grandstanding. Okay. So if we're looking at this, take
make
out the
it easy for me
pedophilia.
to
Excuse
moral
me. Excuse
grandstand.
me. Excuse me. Take out the pedophilia. All right. I need you to calm down. Okay. Take out the pedophilia. Okay. Make it rape. Okay. Remember when
Brown,
people
savage,
used to get
disgusting animal.
prosecuted for getting raped? What do you think happened when we made it okay for people to go to the police for that? Then rape wasn't okay anymore. Remember when being gay was illegal? Just being gay was illegal. Are you serious? Like, what do you think happened? Okay, well, like people need to be able to seek help when they need it. They need to seek help when they need it. So if that means that knowingly having an STD and accidentally spreading it is no longer a felony, then yeah, I'm going to support the policy that makes more people get tested for STDs. And if knowingly like. Sorry, you know what? I'm just gonna leave it at that. The STD thing is pretty good. The prostitution thing is pretty good. Getting help is good. And if we're gonna look at pedophilia as a disorder, as an illness, then we need to destigmatize it enough for people to go get help, and so that they can stay the fuck away from kids. Otherwise, we get a bunch of people who are working in the clergy and raping children. Okay.
I think STDs are based.
I just posted an article in your chat, Chad.
That's a logic comment.
And it was something that I read back a number of years ago, and it was what had opened my mind to this concept, because I myself just have a very visceral negative reaction, and really find, like, if I find out that someone is a pedophile, even if they just have urges and haven't acted on them, it just disgusts me, and I kind of immediately want to just see them as being a monster. I read this article years ago, and it kind of opened my eyes to the fact that there so many sex offenders who have been interviewed have talked about how they were afraid to come out, and that they didn't seek help because they knew what would happen, that they would be, as I mentioned earlier, they would lose their families and friends, they would become a public spectacle, they'd have to, everybody would know of the disgusting thing that they are, and they wouldn't have any communal support. And this is something that it's very well studied. It's not like this isn't some kind of like crackpot off the top of our heads kind of thing. This is something that's very well studied, and it's pretending that they're not there, or just shunning them and having them isolate, is adding to the problem. It's making them act in the dark, alone, without support. We all know that with all kinds of different things, especially like addictions, that the more community support that an addict has, the more likely they are to defeat the addiction and to live a clean life. And this goes with anything like that eats away at a person, and that urges toward.
Sorry.
That's my cat. That's Puka.
May
Sounds
I,
like a
may
beautiful little baby.
Okay. Well, sorry. I just want to obviously give Pragmatic Left a chance to respond to anything that's been said there. Okay.
yeah, of course.
So, first of all, yeah, Nicholas Diorio should come in. He's been shit talking me enough. So, first of all, Stardust, you spoke about rape. Unfortunately, couldn't you also make the argument, like with pedophilia, couldn't you also make the argument that by destigmatizing men who rape women, we would actually provide like more safety
That's not what I'm talking
for
about.
like women. No, actually, I'm sorry. Okay, the point is what you are saying here is that by destigmatizing pedophiles, okay, and helping them get treatment, they will do less harm to children. But you could make that same argument about men who rape women. This is the problem I have. Okay?
And men aren't demonized for being horny.
I'm ready to push back on the side of pragmatic left. No, on actually on your side here.
Well-
What Zonya's saying
Oh,
is
okay.
If I
Was
can,
on-
can I respond to this first?
Yeah. Let's start us respond, and then
Yeah.
you can say. Please.
Okay.
Okay,
So
sorry,
first
Zoe,
off,
go ahead.
men are not demonized for being horny. Men are not demonized for even having rape fantasies. Okay, we've reached a level in society where rape fantasies are totally okay. Now, if somebody has violent things, then yeah, that is stigmatized, and we get people help. Okay. Secondly, and I guess with the exception of like religious communities, but for the most part, it's like boys will be boys. Boys are horny. All of that. You know, how many times have I heard that? Secondly, really, chat. Okay.
I try to live that. No.
But anyways, yeah, I think that's it. That's the only point that you made, right?
Yeah, well, and what then Chud said. So let's Zonia. Do you want to say something, didn't you?
I didn't want to say anything.
No, it was LMF.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Sorry,
so
LMF.
I can. No. I didn't mean to cut you off before. I can wait if there's anything that you wanted to say.
No. You go first because you then spoke.
So Zonya was saying before about how it
Hi,
it
Melina.
prevents us from dehumanizing pedophiles and that kind of thing. But what if really we should be dehumanizing them? This was a part of my criticism of Mr. Girl, that what if he's really doing is making a mockery of tolerance and leftist values.
Thank you, Melina. You look
so
cute
Zonya was
every
talking
day.
about, there was a time where we used to play this game with our gay brothers and sisters, our gay and lesbian brothers and sisters.
I didn't say that.
You were talking the Time article.
Yeah, I talked about the Time article, but I wasn't talking about. I didn't bring up gay and lesbian people.
Maybe it was Stardust where she was
Stardust.
saying.
I was just talking about this idea of popular opinion. Oh, sorry. I was just talking about the idea of popular opinion. It wasn't really about like specifically legality, right? Because he was making like an appeal to what's popular, and I don't think what's a popular opinion isn't necessarily right. So
all leftists look alike to me, so that could be why I made that mistake.
Well, she's not a leftist.
Well, she is to me. Everyone's a leftist to me. So like at one point we were like, if you were like gay or lesbian and you came out of the closet, you'd lose your friends and you'd lose your family and you'd lose everything. In the case of LGBT, that shouldn't have happened. But with pedophiles, we aren't aiming to allow pedophiles to get married to children. We aren't aiming to change culture.
But
I think it's a
here's the
poor
issue,
comparison to, in my opinion. What we're trying to say is that we want them not to hide and keep to themselves and allow their urges to overwhelm them and then prey on people.
Yeah.
We want them to open up and say, hey, I've got a problem and I need help, and to pursue treatment so that they're not offended.
yeah, I wasn't comparing that to the illness. The idea is about illnesses or things that people need help with therapy for, right? The only reason I brought that up was the idea of like him appealing to what's popular, because he was saying, oh, if you campaigned on this in any election, you would lose. Yeah, of course I would. But a lot of people would have lost if they campaigned on the idea of making people free, right? So, Mr. Girl's in the green room, by the way.
My point. I can't wait to take him on. But my point was though, couldn't we be too tolerant?
Could I? Yeah,
it's a slippery
slippery
slope, right?
Can we all agree on that though? Couldn't we be too tolerant?
Listen, the
Yeah,
point
but we're not arguing for
oh
that.
my god!
Sorry.
Am I muted?
Sorry.
Right,
I just
okay.
wanna
Right,
answer- He's
Right,
posing the
sorry,
question
listen,
to us.
listen. This is getting a bit fucking heated, a bit packed. Let's just chill out a little bit. Mr. Gerda's in the green room. Okay, now look, I'm on a knife's edge here. Okay, there's people that want me to platform him. There's people that don't want me to platform him. Okay, I'm about to make a
You vote.
decision. This is like
Let's
who wants
make
to be. This is like who wants to be a
Whatever
millionaire.
decision-
Nonsense. Shut the fuck up. I'm gonna mute you if you say anything. This is my listen. This is my moment. Okay, we've got the music playing. You know, people want me to platform him. People don't want me to platform him. This is the moment of truth. Okay, the nonce question: yes or no?
Do it.
Can we
Okay.
vote on it? I say yes.
Chat.
it.
What do you want me to do? Am I bringing him in or not? Am I bringing him in or not? Yes or no?
You know
You
what, Chud
decide.
Logic? Can I just say one thing to you, Chud Logic?
Irresponsible.
Okay, Chud Logic, if you do this, you can never give me shit about platforming anybody ever again. Okay? You hear that,
He's not a good
motherfucker?
platform anyway. He
Okay.
doesn't.
Stardust,
not a
shut
good
the fuck
platform
up.
anyway, though.
I never fucking gave you shit for platforming him. What
Oh,
are
yeah,
talking
you did.
about?
Yeah, you did. You had your little questions for
didn't.
me without even watching my
Yeah,
fucking interview.
yeah,
So
okay.
fuck you,
Do you know what-
okay?
Listen, I know you're fucking stupid, okay? But do you know?
I'm
what
not
devil's
fucking
advocate is?
stupid. I'm not fucking stupid.
really
You're the one
stupid.
who's
You're
fucking
really
stupid
stupid.
for not
No,
giving me
listen.
the basic amount
just
of,
want-
of human respect to watch my fucking content.
Yeah, it was boring. No, listen to me.
It wasn't
seriously,
boring.
okay? Do you know what playing devil's advocate is?
Yeah, I know what playing devil's advocate is, but you don't have enough
what I was
info
doing.
to even play devil's advocate. You don't have enough info
I
to
don't
even
need the
play
info.
devil's
I don't
advocate.
care about the info. It's called winging it. Sigma, okay? That's
You're
all
not
I've
a
got to
Sigma.
say.
I'm sorry. You're a beta.
Right.
You're the most beta bitch. Okay, most beta.
Look, as long as everyone's comfortable, because I don't want anyone to be uncomfortable, okay?
I'm
like I say,
comfortable.
there's a 20%
I love
chance
Mr.
this
Girl.
guy's a nonce, okay? So is everyone
I'm
I'll
comfortable?
respect it.
I'm over
I'll
18,
respect
so
any
it should be
decision
okay.
you make, Chud.
Okay. I don't want to make anyone uncomfortable, okay? Right, I'm doing
Cool.
it. I'm bringing him in.
Oh gosh. Okay.
Hello.
Hey.
Go.
Hi,
How's it
Mr.
going,
Girl.
big man?
Hey guys. Hey Stardust.
Okay. So,
I'm
I don't
here.
know
Thanks,
what's gonna happen.
Melina. I
This
appreciate
is,
that.
Who knows
I'm
what's
a
gonna
big
happen,
fan of
okay?
yours.
It's in God's hands now. Mr.
It
Girl, what have
really
you got to
is.
say for yourself?
What have I got to say for myself? I don't. I think we should just continue the discussion. I guess.
Did you follow any of the discussion so far?
Oh yeah, I've been following. I've been following along.
Why did that sound so sexy when you said it?
That's just how. That's just my voice. Wait. There's no video, huh? Just audio.
I'm playing Halo, and people want to watch that mainly. So yeah.
Oh yeah. All right. I remember from your other stream that people
Yeah,
really like
yeah.
watching. People really like watching you play Halo. Okay.
Yeah. But if you really want to come up on video, I mean, what are you going to do on video? That's the question.
Yeah.
That's always the question. I think I communicate. I think a lot of my communication's nonverbal, so I would love to come on video. But
Okay.
I'll
So
come
how
on
about
video
I
too.
well, okay.
Yeah, sure.
yeah,
I'll-
let's have a video call, guys. It'll be human.
No, I won't be turning on my camera. What I will be doing is, yeah, I don't know. Look, I'm sorry. People are asking me to come on. Look, I appreciate everyone's desperate for a little bit of clout, okay? But at the end of the day, this call's pretty full as it is. So let's just chill out with fucking DM and me. All right. I know you want to speak to Mr. Girl. It is what it is. Okay. Let's just chill out a little bit. Okay. The vultures are swooping in. Right. Sorry. Let me
Hey.
just get set up. I'm a bit fucking tired, to be honest. So I'm just trying to figure this
Seems
out.
your chat doesn't have to imagine what I look like after all, huh?
Yeah, exactly.
You're like
Okay.
such a
I'm not gonna
such
go
a
on video.
piece of meat.
I'm not gonna go on video because then I'd have to put clothes on. So it's
Yes.
Okay.
Nobody said that.
Right. There we go.
Twitch
You think
TOS,
we
you
have
know.
pants on? What?
Yeah.
Right, for some right, I'm really struggling with this, getting the actual thing up. Let me try and figure this out, okay?
Viagra.
Okay, I'll figure it out. Just keep talking. Just do your thing, okay?
So,
Alright.
Mr. Goat, did you catch any of the conversation so far? Is there anything you want?
Yeah, I think I've caught pretty much the whole thing. I'm not super clear on who is who, but
I'm
the guy who
one.
talks really quietly doesn't like me. Is that you?
Hang on,
Like
I
me?
didn't-
No, that's you. Okay. Yeah, I can't
Oh,
quite
why?
match it up. What?
I talk quietly. I'm quiet.
Yeah, there's like the people in the chat were saying like you sound like you're trying not to wake up your roommate.
That's LMF, but I don't think
Yeah,
LMF
that's
has
me.
been.
This is how I normally talk. But I'd
Yes,
rather be accused of whispering than pedophilia. So that sounds
that's the one. You're the guy.
Wow.
Okay, yeah. So I'm trying to figure out where everybody is because I couldn't separate all the voices. But yeah, I've been following the general ideas. It was just you who was saying that comparing rapists to pedophiles?
No. It was even more edgy than that. I was trying to make a point about tolerance and saying you can be too tolerant. And I've accused you before of straddling the line on social
Sorry. Listen, my Discord is fucked. I need to reset it. Okay, I'll be back in just a sec. Just have an
Okay.
awkward moment of silence. Okay.
Jimmy, we could
Okay.
check it out.
Wait, can't we just talk? What? I don't.
Yeah, of course we can
Well,
talk.
he doesn't want to
Um,
I
miss
don't
any
feel like we need to
content.
be silent just because his
Well-
Discord is full.
Well, they're not going to hear
Yeah.
us because
Yeah,
he's
that's fine.
dropped from Discord. So
Because-
anything
All
you
right,
wanna
time to
say
say
that you want the
slurs,
others to
guys.
hear?
Yeah, I'm secretly completely in favor of everything that Mr. Girl says, but don't tell anyone else. Wait, it's a stranger.
I think we're all in favor of everything Mr. Girl says. It's just a matter of
Well-
how much we're willing to admit it.
So the point that I was making previously is we can be too tolerant, and
Yeah. I was just making sure it was you. You were saying if we normalize
Yes, sir.
rapists, then we are actually causing more harm by doing that.
Yeah, so
No, I don't-
so I actually had a point that I almost got in before Judd got angry. We you were talking about how we don't want to humanize, and I think it was LMF that was talking about it. That we don't want to humanize pedophilia in the same way that we have been humanizing, LGBT and stuff like that. But here's the thing: there's a different reason as to why we want to sort of destigmatize it, because we want to destigmatize pedophiles in so far as to them going to actually get treatment and not fiddling kids, whereas we do want to destigmatize LGBT stuff because we want them to be accepted into society. So there's a different reason for why the destigmatization needs to happen, and there's a different level at where we stop.
let me just clarify by saying, like, in the case of LGBT, at one point they weren't tolerated and should be tolerated, and I was making the comparison that we shouldn't go so far as to normalize or completely tolerate pedophilia. It's
Well, I
only-
think there's a lot of vagueness in your terminology here of like what normalize and tolerate all mean. Like,
so
the
we
no
shouldn't-
one's no the fight to
can I comment?
normalize or tolerate LGBT people wasn't like it's okay to think about fucking other guys. It's okay to actually fuck other guys, right? That's what normalizing or tolerating a gay person is.
I was thinking more in the sense of, like, at one point gay people weren't allowed to marry the people that they were in love with, and for the record, like, gay love is not just sex; it's a form of love.
Well, yeah, but the part that horrifies people is the sex.
So we should be in
But you're conflating
No,
a
it
fantasy or an
isn't.
urge
No,
with
it
an
isn't.
action.
It isn't. No, it isn't. It isn't just the sex that horrifies people. The idea
Well,
of
it doesn't matter. You're still conflating an action with an urge.
No. The point that I'm making is we should have, at one point we didn't, and yet we should have allowed gay people to marry who they love. We should not allow an adult to marry a child.
Great. Has anybody said that we should?
No, they haven't. What I was saying
it was
is
a
if we
slippery
pursue-
slope argument.
If we,
Yeah.
it wasn't slippery slope. I was saying if we, okay, it was a slippery slope. It was.
is.
If my original question was, can we tolerate too much? Can we humanize too much? That was my original
Yeah,
question.
you're talking about the paradox of
And-
tolerance, effectively.
And the answer to that is yes, we can and we shouldn't, but no, that's not what people are arguing for here. And in the interview, and what we were talking about, like, because the initial argument from Demsock was that Stardust overly humanized Mr. Girl.
Right. So that has
And-
nothing to do with whether people should be allowed to marry kids. I don't see this completely
Yeah.
irrelevant. Okay.
No, that wasn't. I wasn't claiming. I never claimed that you said that. Just to be clear.
You just claimed that if somebody said that, then you would disagree with it. But that has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
I
Well-
don't think that's a fair representation, but I don't want to take up too much time with it. So go ahead.
Maybe restate the position based on what the original argument was. Demsaka 1 was thinking that Stardust overly humanized Mr. Girl. Your argument is a slippery slope argument, that it can go too far and we can get to a point where we're just accepting pedophiles as marrying children, as your example was.
Yeah,
Maybe
I mean,
restate your position a little bit more cogently so we can work with
I'm
it.
somewhat of there's a point that Zizek makes here, which is that we can talk about all of these different things, but as soon as somebody in society starts talking about should rape be allowed or not, the person automatically disqualifies themselves from the conversation.
Well, fortunately, that's not what we're arguing. So, what is your concern?
My concern is that if we... So a point that I've made before is that I feel like what Mr. Girl, since he's here, I can say it to him, what he's doing is he's making a mockery of liberal values, and if anything, you may be the one that's trying to conflate LGBT with pedophilia. This sense of...
Can you be more specific?
No, I don't think that I can be, actually. It'd be better if I took the form of asking you questions, and I've never talked to you before. I've only been exposed to the content which the streamers that I watch stream of you, and I've actually what you just came in to catch was me trying to balance the conversation to take it the other direction, rather than just outright. I don't outright condemn you. Let me just say that.
Oh, thank you. Okay, so you have a...
But I do condemn Dylan Burns.
Okay, I don't... what question can you ask me that has any bearing on what Stardust already did? I mean, isn't that kind of like a little unfair to her to, like, if you say, so, Mr. Girl, what do you think the age of consent should be? And I say 11. And then everybody looks at Stardust like, see? But, like, I didn't say that on her stream, and I've never said that anywhere else, and I didn't say it before her stream, so I don't see...
That's her. Stardust, do you feel...
Well, if you
like
want...
do you feel
if
like
you want to ask me... I'm saying if you want to ask me a question about, like, about platforming as an idea, or what I think of... Like, I came in here to say that you're wrong. I disagree with you. But I don't... digging up more dirt about what kind of horrible person I am is not fair to Stardust, because we're going off of what she knew when she made the life-changing decision to interview me.
I think I understand what you're saying. I'm not going to pick any bones about it. I think I am being fair to her. Maybe the best way that I could form this is, what do you feel would be too far that you could say which should lead to your deplatforming? Or is there nothing? Should you say whatever you... Is there anything that you could possibly say which would mean that you should be deplatformed? Is that a fair question?
I think should is a tricky one there. I'll say that there are people who... I don't think there's anybody I wouldn't interview. So Ethan Ralph just asked me if I want to be on the kill stream, if I want to go on the kill stream and debate somebody. And I said I want to talk to Nick Fuentes or any other white supremacist. Preferably a prominent one, right?
What is your intent there, may I ask?
Yeah, I mean, know that as well.
Sorry, you're speaking to white supremacists right now, buddy, so let's fucking go.
Oh,
right. The professor of words himself.
We've got the clip that proves it.
Wait, if I can just say, can I say just one thing? I think that Mr. Girl going and debating Nick Fuentes would be hilarious. I don't think that there's anybody more qualified to make Nick Fuentes as uncomfortable as possible. And that would be so funny.
It would be content for months.
It would be so good.
Well, I'm going to do my best. But not with the goal of making him uncomfortable. I just want to talk to him. What would my goal be?
That's our goal.
Well, okay, that's fine. So my goal would be to hear him out, understand his ideas, compare my ideas to his, and get him to a place where we understand each other. I feel like talking to somebody who is like a Nazi or a white supremacist or whatever is very emotionally triggering for a lot of people, and the desire to not want to associate with that person, and which is obviously part of what we're talking about, kind of makes it so you can't connect with them, and I think that's not a good thing. I think I don't believe in the deplatforming versus platforming kind of dichotomy the way you're saying it. Yes, anytime you talk to somebody, if you have a big platform or a small platform, you're amplifying their voice, but also a conversation is happening, and I think you should be careful. I think I think if Nick Fuentes came on my stream and I was buddy with him and did the Joe Rogan thing, and I didn't push back on anything he said and made it seem like I believed what he was saying, that's irresponsible because I don't believe what he's saying. So if I'm also a white supremacist and he comes on and we're both white supremacists, there's nothing wrong with that, right? Because if you're a white supremacist, you should say white supremacist shit. I think that's like the moral thing to do. Now, what's tricky with Stardust, and what I think is not quite coming through here, is the same thing happened. I went on her stream, and she basically agreed with a bunch of stuff I said. And if she had disagreed with me, nobody would confront her about it. Nobody would have a problem with it. Like Vosh.
How come she never said she'd agreed with you? How come she never said that? I haven't heard her say that once in this conversation with...
That she agreed with me?
Well, I agreed with him on certain points, yeah, but I did push back on like a couple of things. Like I don't think
you pushed back gently, but you did not. Yeah. There was no moment where you were like, "This is hey, just so everybody knows, this is really fucked up." You had a great time. You were like, "This is a great conversation. I enjoy this. I enjoy your ideas. I think they're compelling," and you implicitly and explicitly agreed with me about a bunch of stuff. So there's this weird thing happening where I feel like if you came out and said that more directly, then maybe these guys would be arguing with you about your beliefs.
Maybe.
But you're in sort of a middle place where they're saying if you agree with him, then you should say that. If you don't agree with him, then why didn't you push back?
I think I think I'm the only one who disagrees with Stardust platforming you. I don't think anyone else here has.
Yeah, can we just listen? Sorry, can we cut to the chase? Cut the fucking bullshit from all of you wankers, okay? Here's what I want to happen. I want Mr. Girl and Pragmatic Leftist, if you're comfortable to, Pragmatic Leftist, to have a backwards and forwards, okay? Everyone else is trying to get their fucking dicks out, okay? I don't want to see anyone else's dicks. Let's go.
Not even my horse cock.
Shut up. Go.
Okay. So, have you been hearing what I've said so far?
I don't know who said what, but I've heard everything that was said. So if you want...
so I'm the person who opposes like all of this stuff.
Yeah.
You know, that. Yeah. Do you need more elaboration or?
On what basis that it's going to lead to children getting raped?
Yeah.
Okay, and what all of this stuff means? You're opposed to destigmatizing pedophilia.
Yeah, I am.
Okay, if there was a mental illness that made people want to bite other people, and some people give into it, but you can, with social distancing and whatever, it's a manageable condition. But if you don't know somebody has it and you get on a subway with them and it's crowded, they bump up against you, they might have the uncontrollable urge to bite you. Do you see why you see the comparison I'm making? Like, I think it would be a good thing to know who has that.
Sure.
Right? So, to me, destigmatization is a way to, self-report, except you're not going to self-report if you think we're going to kick you off the spaceship. So if you know that what's going to happen is we're going to say, okay, you're a pedophile. That's fine. Here's some certain jobs you can't have. Here's some certain positions you can't have. You might not be able to have kids. You blah, 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 blah. We're gonna sort of manage your life the way we would manage the life of somebody who uncontrollably bites people when they're near them. And we're going to have to structure society a little bit differently around you. And this is not any small number of people, right? I think from what I've heard or read, it's like between 1% and 3% of men have strong, persistent, and when I say pedophilia, I mean prepubescent children. Strong, persistent, maybe primary attractions to prepubescent children. So my view is that if we make it so that you can tell your friends, and I know this sounds crazy now, but if it were destigmatized, not normalized, but accepted that this is happening, it's already happening. The only difference is that we'd be talking about it. If we're accepted that you could tell your friends, like, yeah, I'm a pedophile. Like, I would love to I would love to, babysit your kid while you're at the movies this weekend, but I shouldn't because I'm a pedophile. I think that that would be a good thing.
Okay, so one question. How do you differentiate between destigmatization and normalization?
To me, normalization of so like if we're normalizing talking about it, I guess there's 3 levels. There's
Mhm.
I'm a pedophile and it's really upsetting to me, and I'm a pedophile, and it's really upsetting to me in this example I'm giving, and it's upsetting to me, and but I can talk about it. And then there's I'm a pedophile and I'm okay with it. I think it's a good thing. And then there's I'm a pedophile and I'm actually going to abuse children. So I think when we say destigmatization, we're talking about the first one. We're saying destigmatization means the new page we're trying to get people on, or I guess that I'm trying to get people
Sorry
on,
about that, boss it.
there's nothing you could do about it, especially if you can't talk about it. So we accept that some people are pedophiles. That's different from accepting pedophilia as like a belief system or a social norm. We're accepting that it's happening, whether we like it or not. And then from there, we can say, okay, pedophilia it's bad to be a pedophile. That's a bad thing. Definitionally, in the DSM, to be diagnosed with pedophilia, it has to either bother you or you have to abuse children. If you've never acted on it and it doesn't bother you, they say you don't have a pedophilia. So if you're fine with being attracted to children and it never affects anybody negatively ever, then they're like, that's fine. There's nothing to fix then. But I suspect to most pedophiles it does bother them, and many of them do act on it with child porn or actually abusing children. So I think destigmatization just means you have a problem, just like alcoholism. It's okay to tell somebody that you're an alcoholic generally in normal society. You should keep me away from alcohol. Don't invite me to your bachelor party. I'm an alcoholic. I have a disease. I always will be an alcoholic, blah, blah, blah. That kind of thing.
May I ask you a quick question?
Yeah.
Do you believe that pedophilia is a sexuality and not a fetishization, or a sexuality?
I think if we're talking about when you say do I believe in it, you're referring to other constructed labels. Do you mean do I think there's utility in calling it a sexuality, or do you mean that do I think more deeply the true nature of it is that it is an orientation?
I was just asking you, do you believe that it is a sexuality? And I do accept your point, but I just can we start there?
I think in many instances it behaves the same way as a sexual orientation, in that I imagine a pedophile who's not attracted to adults, who feels social pressure to have sex with adults anyway, to try to fake it or blend in, probably has an unpleasant time of it, if they're not sexually attracted to the person that they are having sex with. But I think that I guess I don't really think gay or straight are sexualities either. So in that sense, I have a sort of deconstructivist view of sexual spectrums. So probably not, but I also don't think being straight is really a sexuality either.
And if you don't accept that, hetero or so you don't believe that the current labels we have for sexuality are accurate or have any utility?
Yeah, I think the utility is that you're telling somebody what you've done, what you're willing to admit you'd like to do, or what you know you'd like to do, and what you predict you're going to do. So if I say I'm gay, that means my plan is to only fuck men for the rest of my life. But if I fuck somebody else, then I was wrong, and then I'll just say I was bi or I'm pan or whatever. It's like a prediction and a guess at your own deepest, darkest fantasies. But I don't think we really know. And having seen my own sexual appetites change, significantly over the years. I don't really believe, I guess I'm just extrapolating. I don't think any of us knows exactly where we're going to end up on the dartboard at the end of our lives.
So does this mean that you don't really believe that sexuality exists at all, or do you mean, like, in what way do you mean that?
I just think there's a part of us that wants to do all kinds of things that we don't think about or even know that we want to do, or that we wouldn't act on, or this stuff. Like if you're masturbating, the stuff that you're thinking about right before you orgasm is probably pretty different from the stuff you're thinking about if you're like just out and about walking around. Like
so I can say that I agree that sexuality might change, and that you might experience different different levels of pleasure to different thoughts at different points in time. So, which is why we don't really know exactly where sexuality comes from, or like what it is in that sense, how rigid it is, because we know that some people may appear straight as an arrow one day, and then like 2 years later, turns out they were gay, and then people will say, yeah, they were gay all along, and
but like I don't believe that.
Yeah.
Hey, what's up, everybody? I just want to ask a quick question. Hello, I'm Rhizome. Hello, Mr.
Hello, Rhizome.
Hello. So it sounds like you're basically saying that like sexuality is not a hard label, right? That like to some degree inside my head somewhere, I like men, I like every gender to some extent, and it's
like you have stuff you do and you did. You have stuff you did while you were drunk that you don't even know you did. You have stuff you're thinking and feeling, and you have stuff you don't know you're thinking and feeling. And to me, when you tell someone your orientation, what you're really doing is saying, like, here's the kind of surface level stuff, and here's what you can expect from me, right? If I'm at a gay bar and someone says, are you gay? If I say, yeah, I'm gay, that means, okay, so you're available to me, and you're generally not blah, 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 doing all this other stuff I associate with straightness. But it's just an idea. Like, if we're talking about it on a deeper level of accepting our true human nature, I think it starts to fall apart pretty quickly.
Yeah, it's not like a hard statement on what is contained within my brain to say whether I'm straight or gay or not, right? I'm not saying by virtue of saying that I'm straight that I contain no other types of thoughts towards my sexuality or sexualizing other people at all.
Yes, and so if you're talking about pedophilia, then I think there's a little pedophile in all of us.
Okay.
So I feel like
I'm gonna draw the line there.
Well, no, can I respond really quick, because I actually kind of agree with that in the sense that not that we have a little pedophile in all of us, but that
not literally a little pedophile.
Right, because you're not saying that there is one in us, but the potential for that outcome is within us. Is that what you're saying?
I think child abuse is common enough that to say, like, all of us in this Discord call, we're all normal. Like, we would never do anything like abuse a child. It's just the rampant, huge other numbers of people that would do that. It just seems like, just like you're capable of being talked into being a Nazi, most likely. If the right conditions and right mental damage happens to you, or whatever goes wrong with people to turn them into child abusers, it doesn't seem like anything particularly unique is there from the start, or is inside of someone who becomes a child abuser. It seems like pretty common. And
the thing is, I think the point you're making just sounds terrible to people who have that bias, right? Like the bias to think, okay, if he's saying there's a little pedophile in all of us, he's saying we are each pedophilic, or saying that it's normal to be pedophilic, right?
I mean, yeah, it doesn't feel good saying it exactly either.
But do you mean...
I guess I'm not saying...
it may feel justified for someone who's a pedophile to hear that.
But do you mean that in the sense that you think...
Well, yeah, I think that's who I'm talking to.
So when you're saying that there's a little pedophile in all of us, do you mean that in the sense that everyone probably has the potential to turn out a pedophile?
I think
within the correct circumstances.
I don't know, not exactly. I mean, like maybe from birth, it's possible for anybody to. I don't know how genetically linked it is. Just like being gay, like I don't think anybody knows how genetically linked being gay is. I'm just saying, like, it's It's foolish to say I'm 100% straight, I'm 100% whatever. That undesirable thing, that's not a part of me, that's a part of you guys. Like if I said there's a little murderer in all of us, like we've all had a moment where we're like, wow, I'd really like to kill that person, or just a sudden feeling of rage or a violent fantasy. It's not as controversial.
I think the problem here, though, is the word "is" in the sentence. Like, there is a little pedophile in all of us. Couldn't we just say the same thing by saying there is the potential for everyone to develop pedophilic thoughts and tendencies, as opposed to saying the more provocative
I don't think so.
That's hard
I
to
said
put on a
this-
bumper sticker, though.
I said this to Destiny. I think that everybody has had the experience at age 9 of wanting to fuck a 9-year-old. So to me,
that doesn't make you a pedophile at age 9, though, right? Like, you're not
no,
necessarily.
Of course, no, of course not. I'm just saying that
first of all, not everybody, but I also
most people have had a crush on a 9-year-old at age 9.
Well, based on
Yeah,
what,
when I
your
was 10, I
experience,
had a
or-
crush on a 10-year-old. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
based on two
Is
people's
that even
experience. I
sexual?
mean,
I mean,
I don't think we can say
yeah,
most
also-
from that.
you tend
You've
to be
seen- okay,
attracted
when you saw-
to the
when you-
group that
when you
you're
s-
exposed to, right?
Have you-
So it's if you're all
No, you can
you're all
expose
gonna
me
be
to
of
9-year-olds. I could be on an island, trapped on an island
No,
with
but-
with a bunch of 9-year-olds for the rest of my life, and I don't think I'd develop a crush on any
No,
of them.
but early on in your age, your experiences are going to be with people within your age group or that are around you, and that's more than likely as you're developing through puberty and having your first experiences where you're going to notice others, right? So it's
I think
going
you're
to
doing
be
a lot of work to explain something that just seems intrinsically obvious to me.
But-
10-year-olds have crushes on other 10-year-olds. They have
Okay,
crushes
but-
on adults too, but they also have crushes on each other.
But
Could I-
there's a
could
I think,
I-
can we just say they
Well-
can have crushes on each other? I mean, it's just not all do, right? Not everybody experiences those feelings that early on.
well,
Okay,
I never
I was-
experienced
I was-
them myself.
There's
but
something
I would
else
say
as
it's
well.
not. I
Okay,
would say
listen,
it is-
please stop talking over each other for fuck's sake. And everyone's trying to get in, but please, just I don't want to have to fucking moderate, okay?
May I
Right,
interject?
Mr. Let Let Mr. Girl say what he was going to say, and then. You can
Okay, so
respond.
my point is that I guess my working kind of theory is that it's pedophilia is like a kind of stunted growth, where you just never move on from there. And so I always think about Michael Jackson when I think about this. He just seems like he wanted to stay a kid forever, wanted to be friends with kids the way kids are friends with kids, and probably wanted to be in love with kids the way kids are in love with each other. So I don't think it's this extra alien thing that is in certain people. I think it's something getting derailed or going wrong. And so in that sense, I don't know. I don't really know what I think. If you could engineer someone's life to turn them into a pedophile, it does
think
seem that pedophiles are very commonly abused themselves. So that seems to have something to do with it.
Yeah, I think the easiest way to say this with the least contention, which I hope you would want the least contention, would just be to say that, like, pedophilia is a potential of the human condition. And then I don't think anyone's going to have an issue with that. I don't think anyone's going to think you're advocating for pedophilia with that statement, right?
You're hired.
I think it kind of
My new
takes us,
PR guy.
the thing
As
is,
long as you
it
can bring
kind
the
of takes
cat.
us down a path. It takes us down a path that I feel is, in a way, not really productive, though, because the ultimate accusation here is that both Stardust and Mr. Girl's approach to this subject is irresponsible and brings harm. And I think we kind of need, like, I think all of us can agree here that we want pedophiles to not offend, and we would want people with those urges to seek treatment and take preventative measures to avoid ever offending. I think we can all agree on that. So the question is, how do we approach that in a responsible manner that doesn't further empower offending pedophiles?
How do we know that the methods taken by Stardust and Mr. Girl so far have actually empowered anybody more than just maybe having the potential to be read that way?
I don't
Yeah.
think they have, but that's the argument that was posed.
They've actually
by
been read the
Demso.
opposite way.
If I can
Well, what
just
if-
say, I just think that me and Mr. Girl having a conversation, I don't think we were advocating for P words to be okay to marry children. And I think that all of you in this chat should tread very carefully, because from now on, none of you in this chat can come at me for irresponsible platforming ever again, okay? I don't want to hear it. That's all I'm saying.
Stardust, I've never criticized
We're
you for
tainted.
irresponsible platforming.
Yeah, I
I
wasn't
know,
either, by
I
the
know,
way.
I know.
Well, you're
I'm
all
just saying.
platforming me now, so we're in
I'm
this
treading
together.
all
So we
over
better
the
try
place,
to
though.
figure this out.
But
Can I
okay,
ask you-
so I actually had a question about, or I had a comment about the stigmatization versus stigmatization, I guess, as to Sonia, were you the
Yes.
last one to speak?
I was.
Okay, so there was something about, oh, god damn it, I almost have it. You were talking about oh no. Okay, I completely lost it. I'm sorry. Just
Okay,
Can I
go on
just
with
keep
that.
it moving, keep
dogpile
it
him
moving.
while
Go,
you
go, go.
think?
Yeah.
Let me dogpile him while you think about it.
Go on.
Bring it.
So when you use the example of a 9-year-old and a 9-year-old, what I wanted to ask you was, as a 9-year-old with that what we call attraction to another 9-year-old, is that even sexual in any way?
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Hell yeah.
we know that sexuality develops super early in children, so there are probably some sexual instincts within all the way down to even before 9-year-olds.
Speak for
Infants.
yourselves,
Infants.
sex havers.
So
I'm
infants-
asexual. That's why I say that. I'm
Yeah.
just memeing around.
I figured.
So like, does sexuality not change after puberty? Because it seems to me that that'd radically shift the
Well,
way that
I would say ideally it does change. If you want to be a normal, functioning, non-pedophile member of society, you have to, figure out a way to be attracted to people who are older than 9.
rather than Michael Jackson, this Peter Pan kind of idea you were expressing.
Yeah, I think Michael Jackson did not figure out how to be attracted to anyone who was older than 9.
Do you want to speak about why that could have been, or we can move on?
I would-
I can speak to that.
Yeah, I mean, I would just guess
well-
it had something to do with his parents selling his childhood away and him feeling like
Yeah.
he never got to have it.
In the
Yeah,
same
makes
way that some children are abused sexually, there's something about I'm gonna assume here. There's something about you losing a part of your childhood that
Yeah.
you're sort of never able to regain properly, and that was the case with Michael Jackson. He never actually got to be a proper child. He was a prop in the beginning of his life, and then he was an artist for the rest of his life.
It's interesting
is
to
it
hear
the-
you guys say, because I had the same theory about Michael Jackson for a long time. I think you're right.
Is it a failure to go through a rite of passage?
A psychological or neurological rite of passage. I would think so. But like I said, I think part of you is always 9. It just depends on how much of you is 9 and how deluded you are into thinking that that's like the real you, or that it's. I also think pedophiles think that 9-year-olds are older than they are. I think they think that a 9-year-old can have a real romantic relationship with them too. I think that's another component of it. But what does this have to do with platforming?
Yeah.
Yeah,
exactly.
can we move away from the fucking pedo shit, okay? Like, I'll be honest with you, right? I've had a fucking stomach of it, all right? My
The only
daughter's
thing
got
I
a-
wanted from
it was a
Chad
bit
was
weird,
another
Chad.
impression of Michael Jackson.
No, listen, listen, I can't do it
No.
on the spot, okay? All I want to do is talk about whether Mr. Girl should be platformed or not. So if
it's
anyone
the
else
same
talks about
topic.
pedo
Right.
shit,
So you're investigating my ideas to see retroactively again. But like, well, first of all, you're all platforming me now, so you can't win the argument anymore.
I
But
have
second of
2
all-
viewers. I'm not platforming anyone.
Can I just say that also, let's look at how much pushback that Mr. Girl is getting here. Just say.
Okay, Stardust, I'm just gonna like say when I
No,
defend
fuck
Vosh,
you,
if this
okay?
is how I
Fuck
sound,
you.
I am so
Alright.
sorry, okay? I'm
Let's-
sorry
let's
to
push
everyone,
back.
okay?
No, no,
Um,
no,
like,
no.
this is
You
so bad.
need to be sorry to me specifically, okay? I will accept nothing less.
I think some of this is sexism.
It is.
Let's-
It is.
Oh,
Let-
come
let's
on,
push
mate,
back.
okay.
I agree.
Let's
I
be
don't- I
truthful.
don't-
and I'm not meaning,
I do.
by the way.
Seriously.
I don't-
I am
I don't-
100% serious. Are you fucking kidding me? Even
Right,
Rosewrist talked to Mr. Girl. Did anybody go after him? No, absolutely not.
Yeah.
Could I ask a
Okay,
question really quick?
wait. No, I'm sorry. I have to like clarify this. Not only
No,
were you
you're fucking
criticized,
sexist.
but
Okay,
Des-
that's what I'm gonna say.
But
Oh, that's
but
come on.
No, wait. I have been 10 times more critical of Destiny platforming, Mr. Go in the way that he did than I have of you. So that's absolute fucking bullshit. Go on. Go ahead.
So he's here now,
have
though.
you?
Why don't you try and...
How
why
come
don't
I
you
didn't
do
hear
this?
that from you? How come I didn't hear that from you this entire conversation?
Because this is a conversation about you platforming, Mr. Girl.
Then
This is
you
not a
should have
conversation about
clarified. When I
Destiny
brought up
platforming.
Destiny and I brought up Vosh, you didn't say anything about them.
What does platforming mean? I feel like we're operating on very different
It's
definitions.
a great question. That's a really important question.
Isn't platforming the lack of being
well,
removed? from
I
the
think we
platform?
should let people who
Okay.
have strong opinions try to define platforming first. Like the people who are claiming that something was done wrong should say
Well-
what they believe platforming is first.
I want to just clarify something real quick though, because before
go
we
ahead,
did
Daniel.
we did deep dive effectively what platforming meant, and what I noticed is that we kept going into like cavernous depths that weren't meaning anything. So I asked for clarification and I proposed to DemSoc, is your problem with the particular platforming that happened that it was too humanizing of Mr. Girl? And that was what was confirmed by DemSoc. And it's the concern, what we weeded out was that the concern, because we kept getting into the nuance of platforming, it seemed like nobody really cared. What they cared about was how Mr. Girl was presented to Stardust audience.
Yeah. So I think that, So I guess what I was saying before is that I think if Stardust, if you more, maybe they wanted more of an answer from you on whether you agree with the shit I'm saying. Maybe it's a thing where, like, if I'm talking to Nick Fuentes and he says, the Holocaust, it didn't really happen, then everyone's going to look at me to be like, well, I think it did, everybody. Like maybe it's expected of you as the host to make your stance known. And maybe if you made it more known that, like, hey, I think these are compelling ideas and I agree with you.
Maybe.
Or even like I agree with the murkiness of consent or all this stuff you're getting shit for.
Yeah, the murkiness of consent. Yeah, 100%. I do think that it's a very complicated issue. I don't know if that would stop though, because when I did say that, then there were people saying like that I had horrible takes on consent. So I don't know.
Well, yeah, but
you-
you might
wait.
need to. I guess you can't. I don't think you can have it both ways, though. I think you might
Yeah.
need to own that, because if they're saying you shouldn't platform, he has horrible ideas, you could say, well, I have the same ideas, so I'm not platforming
I don't think I have
his
all
ideas.
the same ideas as you though. But
Well,
yeah, the ones that we
I'm not
talked about. Yeah.
Right,
Sure.
that's what I'm saying. I'm saying
Yeah.
if you just made it more explicit of these aren't his ideas I'm platforming, they're my own. Like I
Yeah.
agree with whatever. Like if you just made it more explicit that I agree with this one, I don't agree with this one.
Maybe.
Then
maybe,
the conversation wouldn't be so much about me. It would just be like,
Yeah.
oh, it would be about you and your beliefs.
But maybe. Then that's fair. Yeah, maybe I should have done that. But I just thought since it wasn't a debate, it was just an interview. And I guess I didn't really think about that. But yeah, it's something to think
What
about
kind
for
of
the
harm
future.
do we think? What
So-
kind of harm do we think the platforming, quote unquote, can lead to? Like granting it's platforming, what kind of harm comes from it? Because I think the only thing we can say concretely is that it has the potential to lead to harmful interpretations, where somebody might feel legitimized in their pedophilia, or legitimized in their anti-consent ways, or legitimized in their transphobic thoughts, right? But the opposite can happen as well. It's an ambiguous take. So, what harm do we think we can actually point to?
Well,
here?
if you think my take
Oh my
is that
goodness.
if a woman says no, it doesn't really mean no. Just like plow ahead and find out afterward.
No, I don't think that's what you said in the conversation.
Oh, I
by the
know
way.
that's not what you think I said, but I'm saying that if somebody thought that, then that could lead to harm, especially if Stardust doesn't also think that, and then doesn't say anything about it.
And just
So
to
I think-
clarify, also, yesterday in my conversation with Merrick, I did say I do think that consent is complicated. I think I don't think it's just what we say it is. So
I gave an example in my chat yesterday where we were talking about your story, Mr. Girl, where you were like, you popped the boner and you were with this girl for the first time and she just like went in for it. And I was like, because you had this concept of like consent is boring. And I just feel like we're all such basement dwellers to think somebody asking to touch your dick is not hot, right? Like if somebody was like, can I help you with that? Or did something to imply consent, like that's not fucking boring. Like I'm all on board. Go for it. You know what I mean? I don't like how black and white this conversation is about consent and the idea that it just like ruins everything or makes things worse. I think that that's kind of flawed.
It makes things more it makes things more boring. It doesn't ruin it. It doesn't ruin it. It adds an element of boringness.
I think it depends on how you.
You're failing to represent an important position here. It isn't just about affirmative consent. There was a moment within that story that you tell that I've heard from people really does bother them, that there was pretty much a stranger, someone you've met from Tinder, who says, no, I'm not ready, or no, I'm not into this. And you ignore that perhaps because it is boring, especially when you meet someone for the first time.
Well, that wasn't my experience that I was ignoring it because I was boring. My experience was I was getting 2 messages. The one said no and one said yes. And I understood the one that said no to be part of the one that said yes. So
Can you elaborate a little bit there?
Yeah, I mean, I can tell you the story again. She said, I'm not ready, and then looked at me like she was waiting for me or daring me to do it anyway. And I was like, oh, you want me to ignore what you're saying and just do this anyway? I get it.
Okay, so do you not feel like a Tinder date or a first date or something is a bit too fucking early for like our play?
I wouldn't recommend it as a general rule. I mean, it's the only story I have like that.
Yeah, and I respect you for your openness and your honesty and what I've said.
And all
about
the
your
other
previous-
times that I didn't rape a woman, you gotta respect that.
Yeah, and I do. I've said it about you that you're either incredibly courageous or very dangerous, and I've yet to make my mind up. So
okay.
I think
I just
that there's
want to point out that that's not the best like thing to say. Like standing up in court, being like, "What about all the times I didn't rape?"
But if I can just like if I can just interject here, like I think there is a larger point. What I like took away from that is that like we all do have the potential to misread or to act in the moment in a wrong way, and there's probably more of you in chat who have done something where it's murky. And you don't know that if you've pushed somebody's boundaries, you probably have at some point in your life. I'm not saying that you raped somebody, but you probably did push somebody's boundaries.
Yeah,
so
but
you're talking to Twitch chat. They're lucky to hold anyone's hand, Stardust.
But Stardust,
wait,
you're taking a. You're taking a.
I just feel like you're. Are you applying the same moral weight to sort of this universal notion of breaking people's boundaries as you are to rape? Are you applying the same moral weight there? Stardust.
Well, I don't know that that's really relevant, right? If we're talking about like pushing boundaries, right? Just specifically, like when it comes to like human communication, it's not always like easy to tell, right? So
this is a very simple question. It's a very simple question. Do you apply the same moral weight to a universal idea?
I don't know what that question means.
Okay, here, let me.
Yeah, like I want to hear what.
If I may.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You've never said any of this shit before in public, right?
No, I haven't. And also, to be fair, I haven't really thought too deeply on it. But like, I don't know.
Before you. Let me say one thing. I think part of the problem is that, and I get feedback like this frequently from like audience people, that the stuff I'm saying resonates with you and you agree with it, but it's not something that you would say yourself.
Yeah.
And I think that when you're interviewing me, there is a question of, are you just doing this for clout and actually you don't believe what you're doing and you're just going along with it because you like want to be friends with Mr. Girl? Or do you just want like a good interview where he spills his guts to you and then you have all this crazy stuff? Or is it actually resonating with you? And I think that my sense is it's resonating with you, but they're also not positions that you're super comfortable tearing into on your own. So like when he says like, well, like, okay, like then this idea could lead to rape, right? And then but then you sort of shift a little bit and say like, well, you know, everybody could have broken somebody's boundaries. And at the same time that you're agreeing with me, you're saying I agree with you, but I'm going to come out to here. I don't know if I want to go swimming all the way in the deep end. When Mr. Girl goes swimming all the way in the deep end, then I'll go with him. Do you get what I'm saying? And so it leaves you in this weird position where you're being asked to defend you believing things that I've said that you probably would not say yourself.
You're reading Mein Kampf.
Yeah, I think that is true. I didn't reach out to you for clout. I didn't reach out to you for whatever, right? I reached out to you because I felt like some of the stuff you were saying was resonating with me, and the way that you talked about things really spoke to me. But I don't know that I agree with everything, but like, for example, the consent one is something that I thought was a really interesting conversation, and I didn't really think about it that much before, but I think I do see where you're coming from with it. I haven't really explored the topic like 100%, so I don't feel like I should have to defend that specific point necessarily, right?
I don't think you should engage with defending it. I think that you need to clarify just your stance on the conversation. And I think that telling people, if you tell people, I'm not sure if I agree with it 100%, but I think it was an interesting and valuable conversation, then they can't force you to try to defend things that I've said that you would never say.
So, well, see, the thing
because
is,
the only way to defend things that I say is to say more things that you would never say.
Right. So wait a minute. If I can just clarify, like, I did try to do that in the beginning. That was what I tried to do. I tried to say, like, this was just a conversation that, I reached out to him because I felt like I understood and kind of connected with him, and that was all it was supposed to be. Really, it wasn't meant to be this argument, right? But that still doesn't seem to be enough for people, and people want me to defend platforming you by defending every single point that you have, every single opinion that you hold, and I don't think that's right. I don't think I should have to do that.
Well, yeah, then I think. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think, and again, I haven't seen the interview, so I'm not gonna comment on the contents there. But I do think that a lot of the criticism that you have received, Stardust, is about that you didn't, quote unquote, push back against Mr. Girl's ideas. So to my knowledge, Mr. Girl has become fairly controversial. So I think people expected that you were going to make some sort of pushback against Mr. Girl and all of his ideas, no matter what they were.
Yeah, well, I wasn't planning on doing that. That's why I labeled it as an interview.
I'm not saying that you should do that or shouldn't do that. I'm just saying that was probably the expectation that some people came in there with.
Well, this is also why I really go for it, Mr. Girl. You got it.
I was going to say part of what we're all wrestling with is, we're not just talking about the issue. We're talking about how to talk about these issues, and like, is it okay to hear someone out and to feel ambiguous and to even if it's a controversial thing, to say like, well, I kind of agree. I don't really know. And I'm not going to put my foot down and take a stance there. I think even that in itself is another stance that maybe it would help if you were more clear. If you just said like, I'm not going to defend myself. Like I don't know. Maybe it would cause harm. I don't know.
Really know. I mean,
it's not my job to prevent all harm arising from all conversations I have on stream.
Yep, and that's what I was saying earlier. I actually don't think I need to be responsible for every interpretation that somebody else is going to have based off of any word that comes out of my mouth or your mouth, right?
But then when you get furious at people for calling you irresponsible, it makes it seem like you think that you should be responsible and that you are responsible, rather than just being like, yeah, maybe it is kind of irresponsible, but maybe you guys are pussies. Maybe we shouldn't be as responsible as you think we should be.
I agree with that. Well, I think that people are pussies, and I don't think that we should have to be held to that standard.
Specific people in this call.
And this is
Yeah.
what I've often thought as well, is that we basically
Maybe I
we
didn't
have these
communicate
taboos-
that. Sorry.
we have these taboo subjects that lend to sort of like a veil of darkness regarding the subject. And we do know, as was mentioned earlier, that we've got offending pedophiles that are afraid to come out and pursue treatment. As long as there's that veil of darkness and we avoid these topics and we shun people who try to talk about them in more open ways, the longer that veil of darkness will remain and the more offenders are going to keep offending over and over again. So in a way, I kind of agree with Mr. Girl here. We need to stop being pussies about it, so to speak, and start actually broaching these very understandably difficult topics.
Yeah.
And say, hey, maybe this overwhelming silence is the problem, is a big contributor to the problem.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
the
hold on.
difference
Wait. I have been the last person to get a fucking word in a while now.
Okay, enjoy.
Number one, okay, I asked Stardust a very simple question, and every time I asked that question, 2 times, okay, she avoided the subject. Okay.
Well, no, I don't
also-
understand the question. I think if you can
You
clarify
don't
it more.
understand the question?
Yeah. Like, what do you mean by moral weight, I guess? I don't really think about
Okay.
things like that. Yeah.
Do you
He's
think...
saying, is it worse to rape someone or is it worse to eat somebody's sandwich that they were saving for later, or are they the same?
Of course it's worse
Yeah.
to rape somebody.
Okay. Well, there's your answer.
Okay.
Rape
Yeah,
bad.
okay.
Wow. Holy shit, dude.
Fucking stunning and brave.
Okay, shut the fuck up. Okay, I'm
right.
getting sick of everyone chipping in with their little fucking bullshit comments. I don't give a shit. Okay, pragmatic leftist, Mr. Girl, with Stardust, whatever. Go ahead.
Yeah. If I can just again say, I think I tried to communicate those points that I don't think we should be responsible for like every single viewer that we have. I personally will try, but I really don't think that I don't think that I hold any other creator responsible for every single viewer they have, and I don't really think it's fair to put this type of like responsibility on me. I should be able to interview who I want, and especially even if I don't necessarily agree, why do I have to take a hard stance on everything, especially if it's an interview? I've specifically said so many times that this was an interview, it was not a debate. I would have labeled it as a debate if it were a debate, right? But I don't know that I necessarily agree with everything, but I also don't know if I necessarily disagree with certain things, right? I think I've said plenty of times, I don't think platforming him is bad, especially when I think that I like his content. I think that he does a really good job on his content. And while I may not agree on certain aspects, like some of the gender stuff or whatever, I still...
Whoa.
Sorry. But well, I haven't finished watching the entire series. I'm on part 4 or something. But
Nice.
I still really appreciate his content, and I don't think that anybody else has the right to criticize me for who I have on my stream, especially when there are a bunch of other creators who are going to have him on. I don't see any of them getting near the level of heat that I'm getting for this.
But
Well, I think
Stardust,
especially too when the interpretations are ambiguous, right? There's not oh, he is a pedophile and you platformed a pedophile, Stardust. It's you
Yeah, that's
platformed
the
somebody
thing.
Who
I
you
think-
might kind of think might be, yeah.
Right. So I think
took
the
risk.
most part, I don't care if people criticizing me is fine, and giving me constructive criticism is totally fine. But when I'm getting when I have people simultaneously calling me a pedo and calling me a pedo sympathizer, and then on the other hand, complaining about how other people are getting bombarded with harassment online, it's a little bit irritating. It's hypocritical, and that's very irritating to me.
But so, what kind of criticism would you appreciate? Because it does
Yeah.
seem like you don't
Right.
really...
So, yeah, I appreciated what the insights again that Mr. Girl just gave. I appreciated the insight about that I've received from other people in my community, hey, this specific point here is probably what bothered a lot of people, in which you could have pushed back, right? I think there was something we mentioned collectively in this call earlier that I could have pushed back on a little bit. But yeah, I don't mind constructive criticism. It's just this like you can't platform him because he's a P word. And if you platform him, you're a P word sympathizer. I don't like that. That's not very nice. So
People don't want softball interviews with controversial figures. So I think if like someone came in hot and grilled Mr. Girl on like everything and like watched all his videos and picked out all the tough takes and like tried to flesh out his opinion, I think it might be different. And they'll probably still be hungry for blood until people do that and get a satisfactory answer to all these things that people are questioning over.
Oh, Vosh already did that.
For 10 minutes or less.
I know, I'm just
you
kidding.
guys just around.
So,
yeah,
Mr. Girl,
I'm just kidding.
I actually have a question for you because you mentioned earlier that you would be willing to talk to people like Nick Fuentes or anyone really. So, is there anyone you wouldn't want to like platform or talk to?
I don't think so. I don't think there's anyone that I would feel like. Yeah, I guess where my definition of platforming is, it's almost like a slur. Like we're saying you're platforming someone when you, for reasons of clout or just politeness or just being a wimp, are unequipped to make your own stances clear, or even if your stance is an ambivalence, like Stardust. And you're going to go along with and pretend you believe, and you're letting them use you as a mouthpiece. I think that's to me now what like platforming is coming to mean. So I don't think that I would do that. I think that, yeah, I'll talk to a white supremacist and put it on my channel or whatever. And if like they say stuff I don't agree with, I'll say that. And if they say stuff I do agree with, I'll say that.
Yeah, all right. Just,
I don't think there's anyone I would rule out.
Cannibals.
That's what I wanted to ask you. Like, while you're being accused of while people are trying to deplatform you or not allow you a platform, is there any kind of speech or is there anything possible that you yourself would be in favor of censoring or not allowing a platform? Because
doxing or death threats, all the stuff that's already illegal, I think should be illegal. There's nothing not protected by the First Amendment like that I think should be protected. I think it's pretty good where it is.
Yeah, I think I agree with you.
Yeah,
is your goal is your goal, Mr. Girl, so my understanding of your goal as it is, as I've heard you state it, is to help people understand that we need to humanize everybody so that we can lead to better outcomes for people who might be victimized by others or just in general, help to get people the help they need, right? Empathize in order to get help, right?
Yeah, and I also think it's not, even if you're not one of the witches, I think bearing witness to a witch hunt or participating in a witch hunt is not exactly a like healthy thing. I don't think it's good for us.
I think take, though, is what people hear more from you. I feel like what I've heard more from you is how bad the left is or Vosh is for calling you a pedo or doing this or doing that, how bad they are for categorizing you this way.
I don't think I've ever said that. I think you just made that up. I don't think
I could have just made that up, but it sounds like...
I don't think I have ever said Vosh is bad for calling me a pedophile.
Oh, fair. Okay. But if you thought that was unfair, or when you talked with other people, it seemed like you were kind of baffled as to how he might have arrived, or his audience might have arrived at that conclusion.
I don't think he believes it. That's my problem with it. Not that he's calling me... If he actually thinks I'm a pedophile, then that's fine. My problem is I don't think he actually thinks that. I think he's saying that... I just made it up.
Do you think that
he's
might
going
have
off of an inference?
Wait, we cut off
Yes.
Mr. Let him finish first.
This is an inference. Do you not want me to make inferences?
Fine, just continue going.
Are inferences admissible or not, motherfucker?
They're fine.
We
yeah,
can Okay, so my inference is that Vosh does not actually believe I'm a pedophile, that he saw an opportunity in the moment to accomplish a few things. One, to escape the conversation because I was making him uncomfortable. Two, to make it, when you can call someone else a pedophile, you call yourself less of a pedophile. I think that's pretty established now. And again, it's referred to as a great game of Among Us. So the more people you eject, the less suspicion there is onto you. And then three, not only was I making him uncomfortable kind of interpersonally, I think that he got the sense that I was not going to be controlled in the conversation, and I don't think he likes that. So I think there was a multi-tiered thing, but I don't think any of it had to do with it. Okay, here's it's fucking obvious. This is what I think this. What age do you think Vosh thinks I was attracted to based on what I was saying in that conversation? If I'm a pedophile, what age is my primary attraction based on the strip club conversation?
You said 15, right? You said 15, so wouldn't you think that?
Okay, so what age did Vosh say is the most common age to be attracted to?
Wasn't it like 14 to 17? Didn't he give you a range?
Right.
Yeah.
So he said most men are most attracted to 14 to 17.
Which is just pure conjecture. Yes.
Pure conjecture. So Vosh's worldview is that the most common age group to be attracted to 14 to 17.
That's what he
so then
says.
how the fuck? So if I'm attracted to a 15-year-old, how the fuck am I a pedophile?
Yeah. The thing for me, I wasn't trying to get to Vosh specifically.
Well, no, I'm just answering the inference thing.
Okay, yeah, go for it.
I'm just saying my inference is because if he thinks the normal average man is most attracted to 15-year-olds, it doesn't make sense for him to say that and then call me a pedophile because he thinks I'm attracted to 15-year-olds 5 seconds later.
So I get what you're saying there, but the problem is, right, it seems like you're focused really hard on how people are interpreting you as opposed to just talking about the issues that you care about. Like, for example, it just feels like with the time you got arrested, right, you were saying, like, at that class.
Wait a second.
I want to run a course, but go for it.
In this example, he was refusing to answer my question. He asked me to answer it instead, and I said, sure, I'll answer it. And then he said, sound like a pedophile.
Yeah.
So I don't think it's very fair of you to say that I got distracted by how he was perceiving me when he stopped me to tell me that I sound like a pedophile.
That's not what I mean. What I mean is when you go on Destiny's stream after you get the feedback from Twitter that you sound like a pedophile, that you sound like somebody who's advocating for pedophilic tendencies, right? Once you get that feedback and you recognize that feedback, that you then double down and just like say the same things, like why can't we say this? Why can't we do that? Right? As opposed to adjusting your approach so that you come across as less like a pedophile. I think that's the big like weird part about how you come across here.
Because I think the culture is wrong.
But didn't Vosh also?
In what way?
But didn't Vosh also talk about how our society has not been good enough at dealing with inappropriate?
Yes, we not discourage that base caveman instinct enough to socialize people to be healthily attracted to 40-year-olds, just like we all should be.
But like, so my point is that when he then says that people attracted to 15-year-olds are pedophiles or whatever, then that tracks with his point that we haven't been good enough at addressing those instincts from back in the day, doesn't it?
Oh yeah, that's fine. He could say the average man is a pedophile, but I think that takes away a lot of the bite of the word. When he's saying you're a pedophile, you sound like a pedophile, get off my stream, you fucking pedophile. If what he means is get off my stream, you perfectly normal average man with normal human sexuality, that I wish he would have clarified that, because that's not how it came off.
But I actually have another question for you about that. So you say that you don't think that he believes that you're a pedophile necessarily. So do you think that because you do think that you made him uncomfortable interpersonally in the conversation. So do you think that the way you made him uncomfortable might have led him to believe that you're a pedophile?
No.
All right.
That's what you talked about before. When it comes to
it's
violating social norms, like just violating the social norm itself is going to like set people off sometimes.
That's what I think.
Yeah, but do you think if let's say we were to grab 30 random people on the street, we get them to watch the
hypothetical.
debate.
Here we go. Okay. Let's get this going.
It's actually
I play for them the Vosh versus Mr. Girl debate. Do you think most people are going to think you're a pedophile, or they're going to think you're not one?
I don't know. I think
really.
a good number.
Isn't that just tyranny of the majority?
You've been getting years and years of feedback on this. It's not just the pedophile stuff. It's the transphobe stuff.
We'll get into the
anti-consent stuff. It's
transphobia,
the mass
school
killer
shooting,
stuff.
rape, rats.
But
Yeah, I know where you're going. And
You've been getting this feedback for years, so why not adjust your approach to the feedback and make sure people are understanding?
I would rather adjust the world to me, and I'll explain.
Okay, well, there's your problem. Like that's
that's actually your problem because you're in the section that's getting adjusted, and I'm me. I'm going to make it
your problem. If our goal is actually
to
help people, then we should adjust to the feedback, right? And make sure that we're coming
this
across
hypothetical.
that way.
I want to answer why I think this.
Go ahead.
The streamer has an unbelievable amount of power. Okay, so after I got arrested for accidentally threatening to shoot my classmates, I was invited on
Could you?
I was going to make an edgy joke.
Accidentally?
It was a misunderstanding.
I'm telling you, dude, it was the fluorescent lights comment. I'm telling you. Nothing.
I know. I shouldn't have said that. Oh wait, no, sorry. This is I'm misremembering. This was after I got the school paper shut down with my Asians article.
Nice.
I have a question.
Asians article.
I'm sorry, but you really tickled my curiosity right now. How did you accidentally threaten your classmates?
We were talking about school shooters, and I did my typical Mr. Girl bullshit, and I said we should empathize with the school shooter to understand why this is happening, so we can prevent it. And much like Vosh, the teacher said, and I'm trying to coin this. The teacher Voshed me. This is what you do. You start a question tree, and like you can interpret what I said as an academic point, right? We need to empathize with problem solving. You could steer it in that direction, or you can say, does this mean that you have wanted to shoot people, Max? And then being me, I have to answer, well, yeah, I've thought about shooting people, but I've never actually considered doing it. And then the teacher says, oh, you've thought about, okay, so now we have a room full of people who think you're going to come in and shoot them on Thursday. And then of course I say, what? I'm not going to shoot them on Thursday. And it's this game of chicken. And frankly, I'd rather go to fucking jail than say what you're telling me I'm supposed to say. And is that something that's wrong with me? No, but I see why you think it is.
Okay.
So, if you see why they think it is, why not adjust your approach?
Don't leave out the fluorescent lighting. Don't leave out the fluorescent lighting. You know that's what got you in.
Oh yeah, she said, "What makes you angry about school?" And I said the fluorescent lights.
Okay, right, listen.
I'm in jail.
Shut the fuck up. Listen to me, you fucking idiots, okay? Shut the fuck up when I say shut the fuck up, okay? Pragmatic leftist, I want you to, because it feels like you want to challenge Mr. Girl on that. Please go ahead and do so.
Yeah. Okay. What about the school shooting stuff? I don't even know like how to. This is gonna sound terrible. Obviously you went through some terrible stuff, and I'm really sorry. It just sounds like such an unreal situation. It really does. I'm actually like extreme. I'm sorry, Chad. I've nothing to say about that.
I have something to say that
wait. What sounds like what do you mean an unreal situation? What does that mean?
Okay, this sounds really bad.
Blurt it out. You'll get used to it.
Okay. It sounds like an edgy. It sounds like an edgy YouTube skit in a way. You know what I mean? It sounds like an edgy YouTube skit from like 2014. Like, you know, and like that's the problem I have. Does anybody else have that or not?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
No,
I don't.
I have a separate problem.
What sounds like an edgy YouTube skit?
The whole thing where like you're talking to the teacher and you end up saying, yeah, there was a time I have thought about shooting my classmates before. It sounds like a very edgy like YouTube skit.
What's the okay? So and
that's the only observation I have about this.
You were answering honestly, right? You claim you're answering honestly, right? But then you say you see why they can have the interpretation that you might come in and shoot them. So if you can see why they have the interpretation, you got your answer.
I don't see that. That's what I'm saying.
You quote word for word, just before we interrupted there, said, "I see why they think that." What did you mean?
No. I meant you specifically. I see why you think the fact that I would rather go to jail than say what I'm supposed to say, what the teacher is using social pressure, institutional pressure, and even legal pressure, saying if you don't answer this question in the humble way, if you don't back away from this point that I know is an intellectual point, but I'm going to force you into this corner where I'm making you look like a psychopath. If you don't cave, Men with guns are going to come put handcuffs on you and put you in a fucking cell.
You're
If you
straying
don't say the right thing that I'm telling you to say
No.
right now.
This is
Most
you're straying from here. You're straying from academic and abstract speech to threats of violence.
no, no. I am not straying from it because I said we need to empathize with school shooters. I said that those of you who are saying that you've never thought about shooting people are lying. You're all.
I've never thought about shooting people,
especially me being an Australian.
I just don't believe you.
I advocated for a similar position to you in a college class before.
You don't believe that I've never thought about engaging in a mass shooting. You don't believe that.
What do you mean by?
Okay, wait.
Have you ever played Call of Duty or watched an action movie?
I know the problem.
Yes.
I know the problem. Just hold on. I know the problem. I think LMF is not American, I don't think, and neither am I. And you have to understand, for people who are outside of America, we don't have big gun culture.
Dude,
that's not true.
That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about if you've played Call of Duty, you've thought about shooting people.
No, those aren't humans. Those are representations of humans.
Yes, just like in a thought.
How about
It
this?
doesn't matter.
When you think about doing something, you're not actually doing it, and when you play a video game, you're not actually doing it.
Yeah, that's
right.
That's
so
fine.
we've all thought about flying. We've all thought about
We've all had
someone in the face.
How about
violent thoughts.
Let's say
right now,
I'm thinking about doing a mass shooter. That's not on the basis on which that I judge you. That's thought crime. Not interested in that. But you don't go. It's not thought anymore. You're expressing it. The biggest problem that I have with you is you're mixing abstract, provocative thought and academic thought with personal examples of yourself. This is my one biggest problem with you. That you're.
Can I just explain? This is what I think Mr. Gould does. I think you do like almost exposure therapy to edgy thoughts by using humor, and I think you get away with a lot because you make people laugh. Like it lets you push the boundaries a little bit, and I think you're trying to push the boundaries and make people a little bit uncomfortable because we are so overprotective on so many issues and like unwilling to entertain some of these dark thoughts that you want to. Good.
In the class, this is the day after the biggest mass shooting in U.S. history. One by one, every single one of them, and I'm not trying to convince you that I am right. I just want you to understand why. If you want to think that I'm doing whatever you think I'm doing, that's fine. I just want to tell you what I think because you sort of asked. One by one, each one of my classmates is going in a circle and saying, well, this is unfathomable to me. I can't imagine why anybody would do such a thing. And then the next person, this is unfathomable to me. Oh my gosh, this is so shocking. I'm so surprised. And the teacher had tasked us with having a productive discussion. Just say what you think. Let's talk about this because we can't talk about our normal class topics today because this is on everybody's minds. Let's talk about this. And it is infuriating to me because they are doing what you just said I do. They are intermixing their own personal experience, except it's the safe personal experience to say, I'm not a pedophile. I'm not a mass shooter. I'm not a rapist. I'm a normal person who doesn't understand such things. And it's further infuriating to me when I was a psych major, thinking that the only way that we can stop these mass shootings from occurring because they are hard to predict and there's too many guns on the streets to stop them. There's no other way to stop them, I think, other than understanding them and understanding the patterns that they follow and understanding why they're happening. So to watch people go around in a circle proclaiming their own purity.
That wasn't what I was doing. I didn't say I can't understand why somebody.
I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about my classmates. I do also think this is what you were doing, but it's fine if you don't agree with me.
It isn't what I was doing.
I understand that nobody thinks they're doing. No one ever thinks they are proclaiming their own purity.
Coop, can you let him clarify, dog? Coop, can you let him clarify for real?
Just let him speak. Let him speak.
He's making an accusation. Yeah,
Coop, do it after. Do it after. Do it after.
Yeah.
Wait, I don't.
We're asking
okay,
for
everyone
you,
shut the
Mr.
fuck
Gold.
up. Go on.
Okay. So in my view, they are doing what you're saying that I'm doing, of suddenly using a personal example in a hypothetical or academic conversation where doesn't make sense to do it, but you just casually slip it in like, well, I'm above actually thinking about this. And to me, you're saying you're above engaging with it, which means you're above solving the fucking problem. Right after 32 people have been murdered, the first thing you are thinking about is fucking looking pure. So, it's so pure that we can't even address the problem or start to talk about how to solve it.
I don't think that's what they were doing. I think in the immediate aftermath, they were probably trying to console each other. I just look. I think that's like a scary situation where everybody's on edge. Some crazy shit just went down. They feel vulnerable, and I think they were trying to like reach peace with each other and just like reinforce it. Like, this is a safe space, and like, I don't know.
But it's not.
Yeah, I think
not a safe
I like what
space.
you do. I just want to say, like, overall, I really like what you do. But in the immediate aftermath, you can see how they might be on edge and thrown off by someone not giving them time to adapt to it, and then maybe start to seek some kind of solution-oriented approach.
I did something similar to you.
Wait,
Mr.
wait,
Girl,
shut up,
in
shut
class.
up, shut the fuck, shut
All
the
right,
fuck
my
up,
bad,
okay?
Shud.
Look,
Okay.
I just don't want to pile on point after point after point, okay? Give Mr. Girl a
Makes
chance
sense.
to respond, and then we can go from there. Go.
I said anybody who says they've never thought about shooting 32 people is lying.
I agree.
None of us, and I was being hyperbolic slightly about the 32 part, but none of us in here, when someone carries out a mass shooting, actually doesn't understand it. That's just not true. We know that the bullied kid, we know what it's like to be bullied, we know what it's like to be mad, we know what it's like to want revenge, we know what it's like to play Call of Duty. It doesn't take a lot of fucking mental gymnastics to put them together and think, I get why somebody who was bullied by their peers would bring a gun to school and shoot their classmates. And for me, it's not comforting to me in an academic setting for the first thing you say to be that you don't understand that. And I may just be different from the average person, certainly different from the average person in that classroom, and that I didn't find it comforting. I found it fucking horrifying. And then I do think a lot of responsibility falls on the teacher, or the Vosh in this analogy, who leads you down a path of saying, well, are you willing to say this? Or do you see now that you've gone too far? Are you willing to say this? And feeding you a diet of bullets and saying, you're going to bite this bullet, you're going to bite this bullet, and then I'll bite them all, I'll go to jail. I don't fucking care. There's nothing you can do or say to me that's going to make me sit here and say, yes, we should all go around in a circle and say that we don't understand what happened. That's the productive thing to do. And I agree that it's comforting to people to do that, but I think it's wrong.
So when it comes
So I've been in the same position as you before. I was in a class during the Boston bombing, and I was in the class saying we should probably try to understand the mindset that this kid was in. And it was a critical reasoning discussion about like whether or not we should like punish him with capital punishment, right? But the thing is, when I started to make that position clear to people that I believed that we should have some empathy towards him, obviously people were coming back at me with like sideways eyes and just kind of not really understanding. So I boiled it back and dialed in my approach, and they started to get me. I wasn't sitting there doubling down, being like, no, like, listen, you guys, he's not a monster, and to the point where I'm going to get arrested. So like, if your point is really let's empathize, why would you go that hard? And not only just do it in this one instance of the mass murder, it happens in most of the controversies you find yourself in. It suggests that fighting the optics war is the point, not actually building advocacy for the monsters that we think we have in society, quote unquote monsters that we believe we have, right, who are really humans.
Sure. I want to point something out also. You said you believed it was important to show empathy for the shooter. Did you? No, not you, Rhizone, Mr. Girl. Do you also think, however, it was important to show empathy for the victims? Because I think that's what a lot of people. Wait, when a lot of people heard you and what you said. Wait, please let me finish. A lot of people heard what you said. I think the interpretation of your words is that you weren't having empathy like with the victims.
Yeah, that could be their interpretation. Nobody asked me that.
He's saying there's already so many people expressing empathy for the victims. Him and Rhizome are saying maybe we should understand it instead.
Yes. I'm saying that that's not going to lead us to a solution. Like, guys, how much would it suck to be shot or traumatized by watching your classmates get shot. Like, it would suck. But that thinking about that, is not. Yes, everybody's already thinking about it, and especially when I feel like the only reason that people are saying it after a certain point is to make themselves look good, then I find it very distasteful.
No,
So
Why make
Can I
that point
interject
at that
really quick? Just really quick.
Uh,
I think
Wait.
I
Oh,
think
sorry, go
that
ahead.
sorry. I think that there's I think that what he's trying to say is maybe it's not like we've what have you ever thought about what it would take to get you to that point? Because I think that might be like, I think when you phrase it that way, more people seem to understand it, right? What would it take to bring you to that point that you would
I think
do
she
that?
would have probably said the same thing, but possibly. It would have got. I mean, yeah, easier than what I
Oh,
said.
well,
for
I'm
sure.
not critiquing you. I'm just trying to make maybe like maybe make more people understand, right? Like when you phrase it like, what would it take for you to be pushed to the edge like that, right? I feel like we've all wondered, like, what would it take for me to be pushed so much to the edge that I'd commit some horrible crime?
So I actually have a
Wait, shut up.
I haven't
please.
talked in like forever.
Okay, what's going on though? I'm sorry, I'm a bit confused. What's the situation?
We're
Okay.
talking about the school shooting thing still.
Okay, sorry,
Yeah.
Lord Sathar. I let the tiger out of the cage. I'm sorry. Go on.
That's all right. So I actually think that there is a valuable point in sort of understanding why mass shooters do what they do. So for anyone in chat that came in via the raid from Destiny, I'm a Norwegian, and back in 2011 we had a terror attack that was fairly well known all over the world. A guy went out to an island and he killed 69, I think it was actually 69 young people, young political activists, and he killed a bunch of people in a bombing as well. A bunch of these people were my friends, and that fucking sucked. Now, what happened in the aftermath of that is that we did not have any discussion in our society, in the Norwegian society, of how he actually managed to get to that point. Anytime the political youth organization tried to bring that up, they always were told that, oh, you guys are only using this to like appear as victims. So they actually tried to get this conversation up and going, but they were not allowed to by their political what's the word I'm looking for? Not enemy, political opponents. And now, 10 years after, we haven't been able to actually deal with the extremism that fueled this man, because that conversation were never actually had in our society. So I do think that there is a value to saying that, hey, maybe we should try to understand what makes people tick in that way.
Yeah, I was going to say much the same thing, in that there is a well-established pattern of a obvious atrocity happens, and there is there's a reaction that is very much to, I wouldn't use the same words that Mr. Girl is using, like I don't, sure, there's going to be some virtue signaling and stuff, and moral signaling, but overall there's a readiness for everyone to just take the shooter as a monster who is without reason, and that there can't be any explanation as to what brought them to that. Oftentimes they're labeled as being crazy and being mentally unstable, and a bunch of other labels will be used, right? They'll be called incels, they'll be called alt-right, and all these different things. And many of those accusations may be correct. It detracts from understanding how did they get to that point. So I think a lot of the reactions are understandable, but it is defeating the ability to walk through the conditions that created the quote monster. And that's one thing I do appreciate about Mr. Girl, though I do not watch your content, admittedly. But from what I have seen, you seem to be willing to unpack these taboo things that most people would very quickly slap a label on and forget about the fact that there's something underneath that label that makes it tick.
Okay, wait. I want to say something if I could. Mr. Girl, do you at least... I want to bring it back to something. Mr. Girl, do you at least understand that optically, at least showing that you have compassion for the victims means that people are more likely to hear and be more receptive to the idea of having compassion for the shooter?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know.
But I think the lens is wrong. So, yes, but I don't want to play by that rule because I think the rule is wrong.
No, but the problem is that what good are you doing if you aren't advocating these ideas in a way that is receptive to the general public? Like,
I mean,
like the problem is people who want to change have a lot of them at least have understood this principle of like you need to somewhat be optically good in order for the public to be receptive to those ideas.
I don't think that every short-term optics loss is I think the part of the problem is that the thing I'm fighting against is the optics. So I can't. You're saying just go and
At least you admit it.
Yeah, the thing I'm protesting against is the optics. I'm saying your desire to make yourself look good is prohibiting you from being able to have a real conversation about mass shootings. And the day after a mass shooting, you might find is a distasteful time to have what I'm considering a real conversation. I find it distasteful that the day after a mass shooting, you're taking that time to worry about your optics. So my problem is that I can't just play by the rules to like, yes, I know how to. I'm not autistic. Like I am pretty.
Oh, that's okay. I am.
Sorry. Can we? Sorry. I just want to confirm, Mr. Gill, because this has been a subject of much debate. How can we confirm this? Have you done a test or been looked over, or do you play League of Legends? Like, how can we establish this?
I don't play League of Legends. I have had a psych evaluation, and I don't have any of the symptoms of autism.
Okay, fair enough.
All right, so your goal...
I'm breaking social rules. I'm hyper aware of social rules. I can play by the rules. I'm great in interviews. I have a job. I have an office job. I talk to people all day. I talk to people on the phone all day, and no one ever has any idea that in the evening I'm doing this.
So fighting the optics is more important than creating an empathetic world where we humanize with people who we consider monsters right now.
No.
That could be a long-term goal.
I'm saying that the optics are...
I don't understand this idea.
I'm saying the optics are preventing us from empathizing with each other and ourselves.
But if you only ever fight the optic war, then people are just going to think that you're fighting a war where you're fighting a crusade against people trying to build an empathetic world.
I think it's the difference is like the idea of like virtue signaling versus like just I guess saying what he really means, right?
Honestly,
well, he admitted he's fighting the optics more than anything else.
No,
I think if you were fighting the optics, he would be trying to be
pants down. I would just pull my pants down.
I need to ask Stardust a question. Stardust, do you think every time that in every circumstance virtue signaling is bad? Because I would say there are times that virtue signaling could be a net positive, right? Maybe you don't actually have sympathy for like the victims of a mass shooting. Like, I don't think that every single politician probably has sympathy for the victims of a mass shooting, but they say it. Why? Because there's a net social good to saying that type of stuff.
Of course we have empathy, but I see where...
Not everyone.
Well, okay,
the
I see...
job is not to figure out what the mass shooter was thinking.
Yeah.
Let's let us respond.
Is it society's job?
Can we stop being can we stop being fucking sexist right now, okay? I'm not going to stand for that on my channel. No more misogyny.
Never.
Any misogyny. Stardust.
Only racism.
Racism only. Stardust, go on.
Yeah. Well, you still haven't earned back slur privilege, Chud. So I just want you to know
We'll
that.
see about that. Just fucking say something.
Hey, Chud, I
Okay.
give you 1 pass, okay? 1 pass. 1.
Excellent.
Yeah,
Good
he
shit.
used to have all passes.
Got your back.
Anyways, so I think what I'm understanding from this is that a politician, yes, of course you want to say that you empathize with like the victims. Of course you do as a politician. We're not politicians here, right? I don't see why I should have to do the job of a politician. I don't see why anybody else here has to do the job of a politician. I'm not running for office. And secondly, I think that what he's trying to do is like cut through the bullshit. We all know that we empathize with the victims. Like, how can you not? You see the aftermath of this on TV in the newspapers. You see parents crying, right? But what you don't see is people thinking, like, what would it take for any of us to be pushed so hard that we would commit an act like that?
Okay. Hold on. So, Stardust, you said we're not politicians, but, and I've asked this question several times to several people on this panel. If a normal person was to rock up, right, into any of these streams, and we decided we're like not gonna play any optics wars anymore, so I'm not gonna play like the optics game anymore, we would never win any new people over.
I disagree.
Really?
Isn't
Yeah.
that exactly what Mr. Girl's doing?
I think
He's
I
not
think
playing the
what
game.
won me
Mr. Girl
over.
has not, wait,
I
you
think
believe
what
that
won
the
me
mass
over
majority-
was somebody like cutting through the bullshit. Like that wins me over. I think a lot of people are tired of fake virtue signaling, basically.
Yeah, true.
Really?
It's
Okay.
gone overboard. Yeah.
They're
Really?
ready for,
Okay.
they're ready
Okay,
for
I
a
can't
change.
wait. I can't wait.
Yeah.
No. You have to apply to politicians because the problem is I can't wait for a presidential candidate to win on saying "fuck school children who were shot."
I mean, what
okay?
did Trump
I can't
do?
wait
Yeah.
for that person to win.
You think Trump
So
won
Trump
Trump
on
had somebody
optics?
win on grabbing pussies.
Yeah. What kind of optics is grabbing
what he won.
pussies or
Wow.
calling all Mexicans
That's why he
rapists?
won. People are
won
tired of
over
it. That's
that.
why he won. And comedy is dead because of the over virtue signaling and like the taboos on everything that like comedy used to be funny because of like this shit is invading everything.
I don't want to say that I'm anti-optics. That's not what I mean. I'm saying that the optics values that people often play by, I think they're wrong. So I have my own optics values. I don't want to be seen as a liar. I don't want to be seen, especially after the pedo shit. Like, if I'm going to talk about this shit and then say like, yeah, I've never abused a child and that's wrong, I would be destroyed if any of the stuff I'm going murkily near, I haven't fully disclosed everything about myself, right? So I do care about optics. I just care about different optics. To me, I would rather be, I mean, like I said, I would rather go to jail than have my classmates see me say, oh my gosh, this is just terrible. That's what I have to contribute to the conversation. What do you think?
I don't think it's one or the other. I don't think you have to go to jail or make that point. I think you can just say the point in a less aggressive manner and be like, listen, guys, like, I think
Who
this
says
person
he
is
said it in
human.
an aggressive manner,
right?
though?
What?
Who
well,
says he said it?
he got
Anybody who says they
arrested.
never
He
thought
got
about shooting
arrested.
32 people
Got
is lying.
arrested.
Well, you
No,
can get
but
arrested
arrest
without
doesn't
doing anything
mean that
wrong.
that's aggressive, right? He
It
just
means
made a
people were
comment that
threatened
people
by it,
didn't.
So I'll change it to threatened. You can
Okay.
say it in a less threatening manner, right?
Well,
And you
here's-
can just...
Okay, but there's part of the story I've not told.
Oh,
Ooh.
The person who called the police on me was not there. It was the head of the women's studies department.
Who was acting on orders from people who were there, right?
No.
She just didn't like his Asians article.
She just didn't like my newsletter. And after I got arrested, she drove her car around in circles in the parking lot, shouting, "We got his ass."
Wow.
All
So
right,
we
Okay,
can't
dude.
exactly.
Okay, dude.
Nice woman.
All right,
Would
it's
you
been
watch
real.
that?
exactly.
I actually have to go because I'm going to work tomorrow. But it
Okay.
was wonderful to talk to all of you. Chud, you are
Thank
my
you.
best boy from the English Isles. Stardust,
No worries.
don't let the haters get you. You're awesome.
Thank you.
Mr. Girl, you are not as bad as I thought you were. At least
Thanks.
not in this combo.
Thank you.
Uh oh, we've converted someone.
And Rizobim, you have
Can I
a lovely
clarify something really
Thank
quick?
you.
I just want to make sure people understand like
Wait,
why.
wait. He hasn't finished.
Oh,
Wait,
sorry.
sorry. I just want to say Lord Sather before you go. Shout yourself out, mate.
Yeah, it's at Lord Sather, and I'm also Lord Sather here on Twitch. Thank you so much for having me on, and people, I love you all.
Have a good
Bye,
night.
Judy. See ya.
One
I just
more convert, guys. One more convert.
I just
That's
wanted
it,
to
so that's it.
clarify, like, you guys understand why I found it incredibly irritating, this whole like thing, right? Like this whole like it's these general statements of like you shouldn't platform somebody, but like, well, first off, I don't like people telling me what to do, so that already bothered me. But there was like no specificity when it came to it. It was like you agreed too much, but about what, right?
You're
So
getting
I don't
undue
know.
hate for sure, Stardust. You're getting undue hate, in my opinion, for sure.
Okay, thank you.
Hey everyone.
Right.
What's up,
Okay, so I
Dario?
just want to introduce one of my good friend, one of my oldest friends from the space, Dario Rahim. He trained me in my racism from a very early time, so I appreciate that. Thank you. He taught me
We have
some.
a lot of
hey, man.
discussions in private about that.
Yeah, for sure. So I believe you've got well. In fact, Mr. Girl, you may remember Dario because he called you stupid on Twitter.
Yes, are you called? Well, you said pretty dumb. I remember.
Yeah. I mean that. Yeah. So full disclosure for people watching, I got to know Mr. Girl because I made a tweet where I said I think he's pretty dumb. So yeah.
Here we are.
Throw it over to
Here
you,
we are.
Dario. Go ahead.
Do you stand by that statement?
Yeah. Good question.
Yeah. Well, I guess maybe I guess I'll amend it a little bit. And I guess it's. I don't think it's fair to call. I guess to call people dumb without knowing a lot about them.
You weren't saying it to my face.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I was just saying it on a public platform, but I stand by, I guess, sort of the meaning that I was trying to convey. And again, also to be fair, I did offer you to talk about this in private, Mr. Girl, and we can still do so if you want. But I guess maybe I'll just give like a brief introduction to what I actually wanted to talk about, which is that I don't think, or it doesn't seem to me from sort of the discussions that you've had with people like Destiny and specifically with Rose Wrist as well, that you have thought a lot about the points that you're trying to bring up, and you're sort of just asking people questions, and you don't also seem very interested in sort of delving deeper into those points. You just want to sort of state them, and then let people know these are your positions on things. But whenever it seems like whenever people try to push you on that, you either accuse them of trying to debate you, which you don't want to, or you sort of step away from it by saying something like, or saying like a thought terminating cliche of some sorts.
Have an example.
I was gonna say that's mostly true. It's not true that I haven't thought about my positions. I can see why it seems that way, because I don't want to expose myself to the forging fires of debate. I don't think debate is very useful.
Well, useful for what? So I will agree with you that I don't think debate is necessarily useful for bringing people over to your side. I do agree with you with that. But I do think debate is very useful internally for ourselves to sort of challenge our positions and make sure that we hold sort of the best version of our arguments for ourselves. That's why I engage in debate, right? I have no delusions about bringing people over to my side or like changing their minds, but I do think it's important for myself, because I want to be honest to myself. I want to have people who challenge me on my ideas through debate or through like challenging sort of responses or arguments to my ideas, because I think that's important for like self-growth.
Okay, yeah. So I think my goal in these conversations and kind of like overall is more to get people to empathize with me and my feelings and then my beliefs and why I believe what I believe and how I see things, and to kind of look through each other's eyes. And so, like with Rose Wrist, I wanted to do that, and we kind of agreed we wouldn't debate before, but then he definitely started debating me on the stream, and I said, like, I don't want to debate you. Because
Sure. Just to address that, because you told me that as well on Twitter.
Yeah.
I think there might have been, it's because I listened to the entire debate, and I don't think it's a productive place to do it now, but I actually have notes like going almost line by line for like stuff that I think you should think about from that debate.
Okay.
Or like that talk. But I think one of the things that Rose said in the start was that he isn't necessarily trying to do a debate, right? He's just trying to have a discussion about the ideas that you're presenting. And I think calling it a debate of sorts, right? There's just a disagreement about what a debate
he put debate
is.
in the title of the stream. And
but
he went. I think he went full debate, bro.
Sure.
That was my impression. That he was
But
going full 100.
saying going full debate, bro, is a meme in itself, right? I mean, it's not really a meaningful statement, like saying going debate, bro. It's just like he's trying to
the way you're
against
communicating with me
ideas.
right now, the way that you were responding to everything I'm saying, I would say is full debate, bro. So you started out and you said a bunch of stuff, and I said, well, I don't quite agree with you, but I can see what you're saying. So that's kind of the more communication style that I espouse and that I'm looking for when I say I don't want to debate. And kind of what my channel is trying to do. I'm not trying to make anybody come in and say, you're stupid. I'm going to cut your ideas down. I'm going to dismantle them. It's more I'm going to say, I get your ideas. I get your ideas. I get your ideas. I get your ideas. But I want to show you my ideas. And then, like, if you, not for the purpose of showing you that they're superior, just that they're either different or maybe you'll resonate them or whatever. I'm not as interested in a winner and loser. And I don't think I'm bad at debating. I think I'm okay at it, and sometimes maybe good at it, but I don't want to win a debate either, and I definitely don't want to lose a debate.
I think winning a debate. The question about what is winning a debate, right? So for me, winning in a debate or like in a discussion is just understanding what the other person is saying and strengthening my own position, or understanding or changing my own position to fit more in line with what they're saying, right? That's what I consider to be winning a debate, right? I don't want to dunk on people. I don't want to destroy people. And I don't think Rosewrist was trying to do that to you, right? He was just trying to understand where you're coming from and then trying to, in good faith, engage with the points that you're making.
The point you are trying to prove right now with argumentation is that I have not thought through my own positions, and that I am, and more so that when I'm pressed on those positions, I flee by disingenuously claiming that I don't want to debate, but really it's because I don't know what I'm talking about. So you can see how if you were able to convince me of that, or convince the viewers of that, you would definitely win this exchange that we're having, which has become a debate.
Well, no, not necessarily, right? So you almost had it, but not entirely, right? So it's a bit more nuanced than that. I'm not saying that you haven't thought about your positions, right? Necessarily. What I'm just saying is,
you said I haven't thought about them very much.
No. Sure. What I'm trying to say is, when you engage in conversation in the way that you do, you come off as not having thought about your positions much, right? Because you don't respond well to pushback, as I don't believe you're doing right now.
I'm gonna dip out, you guys. I just wanted to mention. So it was nice talking.
Mr.
Girl, if I shoot you a DM, would you talk more?
Yes.
Sounds good.
Nice to meet you, Rhizome.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, nice to
Talk
meet
to you
you.
later.
Nice to meet you,
Glad that it
Rhizome.
was a little more reasonable than I believed it was. That was actually pretty sweet. Take it easy, guys.
You too.
See, this irresponsible platforming is very effective, guys.
I know, it's crazy. Am I not
You never
handling this?
platform me. Only Chud does that.
How do you think I'm not handling it well that you're pushing back on me right now?
Sure. So the reason why I don't think that is because you're reverting to saying I'm being debate bro against you, right? You're sort of attacking my character and sort of kind of making fun of me, right? When the only thing that I'm trying to convey is just that I think you would do better for yourself to just engage more with what people are saying rather than just dismiss what they're saying.
It's not. Yeah, I don't mean to attack you by saying you're communicating like a debate, bro. I just mean that the goal of the things you are saying is to sort of dismantle what I'm saying.
I don't think so, right?
Well, you started out calling me. I mean, the whole root of the conversation is you called me dumb, and then you're saying I don't know what I'm talking about.
Should I stay here or go to the debate?
That I'm basically an intellectual
Go
coward.
to the Brant
so all
for Liberty
that's
debate.
very like discrediting. And then if I say like, well, no, I think I actually
think
just
this
like
is
to
more
communicate
spicy,
in
right?
a less combative way.
What's more
Ironically,
spicy?
because and maybe this is because some of the stuff I say is very provocative and it does evoke a lot of anger and I guess a strong urge to disagree with me. I try to pair it with a more like, okay, well, let's just you say what you think and I'll say what I think and we'll try to understand each other. It's just a much more fuzzy and warm method of communication where I feel like Rose Wrist, despite sort of agreeing to communicate that way beforehand, it felt like he ended up trying to tear apart my arguments, which it feels like you're doing now. And that is a valid style of communicating. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it. I just don't like it that much.
Sure. So, I'm sorry if it comes off as an attack. Obviously, you don't know much about me, right? But I guess maybe Chud can speak to this, right? I am in no means shy of going for controversial topics. Done so many times in the past. I don't actually mind any of the conversation that you're having or like the topics that you breach, right? That's not my issue at all.
Well, I
And when
understand.
I say sure, and when I say you're making, again, I call you dumb in the context of what I was meaning, and I tried to explain this as well, right? And I also you could even say I walked it back, right? I said I think the way that you're communicating or the points that you're making aren't very intelligent points. They're very surface level. So that's what I'm trying to communicate to you is that I'm saying
that's not that different from calling me dumb. I don't think that's a walk back. I'm saying that I would never start a conversation with somebody by telling them that I don't think the points they're making, except maybe Shaylin, by telling them that the points they're making are surface level and that they're dumb. To me, calling somebody dumb is something I only do with my girlfriend. It's like you're spanking me. I don't think it's productive. I don't think we know each other well enough for that amount of combat, and I think it just leads to a intellectual pissing contest of who's better at coming up with arguments super quick on the fly under pressure with hundreds or possibly thousands of people watching, it's just a blood sport. It's like boxing, and I think it's actually removed from the content of what we're talking about. And if I start talking really fast like Destiny, it becomes harder and harder to keep up with what I'm saying, and I can kind of just throw these rights and lefts at you, and it's going to make your head spin around. And I go full Ben Shapiro or whatever. I don't like it. I just don't want to do it.
But
I think it's much better for us to try to connect in a more intimate, emotional way. So to me, my interview with Stardust was great because I did go into what I think behind all of the crazy claims and out of context statements that I've been making that people are hearing, and we were able to open up and make room for what each other, because a lot of the ideas I'm talking about are more than even nuanced. They're like sort of like ethereal. They're like there's so many moving parts that they're more just like lenses. Like there's no actual truth of what percentage of people are pedophiles. It's made up. There's no actual truth about gender. And there's no actual truth. It's just different ways of seeing the world. And so if I'm trying to say, hey Dario, look through this beautiful lens I've constructed, maybe you'll see something different if you look through it. That's what I try to do with my videos. I want each of them to be like a prism. And then as soon as I take it out, you start deconstructing it. I'm like, you're not looking. Well, you're not looking. It's like I'm showing you a movie I like and you're texting through it and saying you don't like it. And I'm like, you gotta get some popcorn, put your feet up, like relax, man. Okay, and you're like, well, it's dumb.
So my issue right now is that you're making a lot of assumptions about me, right? You're making a lot of assumptions about me not understanding what you're saying or like not looking through the prism, right? While I did take a lot of time to actually review all of the content that you've put out in terms of like these talks you've had with people, I've watched like maybe 12, 14 hours of content with you, right? And I've even written down a lot of your ideas, right? So I do believe that I understand where you're coming from and what you're trying to do, which is also why I actually don't think you are dumb, right? I don't think you're a dumb person. What I think is that I think you don't like going in depth with some of the ideas, and I think it would serve you good to do so. Because I do think when you think about it, you have the ability to make good points. You just don't give people the opportunity to probe into those points because, I don't know, maybe you don't think it's going to turn out well for you or something.
I see why you think that. I understand. I'm not saying you're not looking through the prism in the sense that you aren't willing to think hard about these topics. I'm saying that the communication style is not look into my beautiful eyes and see my soul, and I'll look into your beautiful eyes and see yours. It's more like combat.
He wants to
And
find
so
the
and
What color are
he
your
wants to find the
eyes?
flaws.
they're brown.
Brown. Okay.
Yeah.
Dario, is it
Not
fair
my
to say?
favorite.
Is it fair to say you think he's doing harm with some of the things he says, and if not, like shutting down the conversation, you want to change the way he talks about it to do less harm?
No, I don't think he's doing harm. I'm not even coming at it from the point of like I think he's being harmful to the Discord. Like, I'm not going through any of that. I'm just saying when he speaks to people who I believe are coming in good faith, like Rose Wrist, right? I believe that he does himself a disservice and to the potential audience that follow him, right, a disservice by not engaging more with the questions and thinking about them and maybe even thinking about optics too much, right? Because it feels to me, and again, this might be wrong, right? But it feels to me as you are afraid of admitting that someone might make you think about something that you didn't think about before, or that you have to change your mind, or like just telling people, hey, maybe I didn't think about this too much. I'll think about it some more and give you some other arguments or whatever, right? You
I've
keep
never gotten
reverting
somebody.
back to the prism thing, or like
Yes, yes,
you're
that's
not
my
looking
thing.
from my perspective.
I've never gotten someone to change their views by making them feel dumb. I used to be like that. I used to agree, I think more like the way that you're saying you think, or the way that you communicate. I used to be more like that. And I don't think it works that well. I think it makes you look smart, and it makes other people think look stupid. It's like Bosch. Like I don't want to communicate like that. I don't think it's a good way to communicate.
Do
I
you
think
think
I
that
think
do you think that I'm bringing up points in order to make you feel dumb right now, or did I just say I think the points that you made earlier, you do yourself a disservice because you sound dumber than I think you are, right? So
even
when
this
Bosch
question,
talked to you,
even this question is like everything you're saying is some kind of like, well, did you mean this, or do you think maybe you think that, maybe you don't think what you just said. I don't like to talk like that.
And before we loop on this particular thing infinitely, because I think neither of you are going to agree, I think it's fair to say that if you're not wanting to get into a debate, it's very hard to get out of that discussion if the other person won't dial it back from debate to discussion. So no matter what you do, when you try to disengage, you're going to look kind of weak, right? Because
Right, that's
the
what's
tone has
happening to me
been
now. I have to just acknowledge that I'm going to look weak, and I'm going to say, Dario, I don't want to debate you about this. Like I said on Twitter, I don't want to debate you. I don't even want to debate about whether you're trying to debate me. You win. I'm stupid.
so my issue is that you're
can
just
we dial it
invoking
back?
the word debate over and over again as
Can we
sort of a
dial it? Can we
pejorative,
dial it back?
right? But what
I
is a
don't want to.
debate? What am I doing that is debate instead of discussion? Right? I'm just
I
having a
gotta.
conversation.
It is
I
a
don't want.
competition with you. I think it is
I
like
don't.
you're coming
How
at it.
is it a
You're
competition?
saying
What am I winning?
you're saying he's dumb implicitly by
I'm not
saying you thought.
streaming. I don't have a platform anymore, right?
Yeah.
I have nothing to gain. What
Well,
I'm just trying to do is I'm having a discussion. I'm having a heart to heart with the person, with the man
This is a
himself.
dick to dick, not a heart to heart.
yeah. It really is like a battle.
We can do
It
that in
feels like
private,
that.
okay?
Yeah. It sounds like you're calling him dumb implicitly by saying you've thought about these things more deeply, and like you kind of want to prove to him that you thought about them more deeply by like
No, not at all.
exposing his surface level analysis and maybe taking him deeper.
You did
That's what it feels like.
provoke me and trick me into debating you for a while.
I did.
So in that sense, you did win. But now I want to stop. You win. You're smarter than me. You probably are better at debating than I am.
Well, sure. Can you? Okay, so we don't have to have this conversation. We don't have to debate. All I want to know in the future, if we ever do speak again, Mr. Girl, I want to know what makes it a debate. What's the difference between a debate and a discussion? How can I avoid making you feel like it's a debate?
Yeah, that's confusing me as well.
More
Right?
empathy.
Because I came in I came in, right, and I was like,
Empathy.
listen, we don't have to have a debate. I just want to express my opinions, right? And maybe it's because my opinions are combative, right? Maybe it's because they are controversial, or I'm just saying my mind.
It's a general lack of empathy in the way you're communicating, and it's that when you ask questions, they are not out of curiosity or interest. So like when Stardust asked me a question, she doesn't have something lined up for what, depending on what my answer is going to be. She's not leading me anywhere. And like with Vosh, when I was asking Vosh about the strip clubs, I didn't have a plan. I think this might be what part of what he found off-putting, is that I didn't know what I was going to say after that. I was asking him simply because I was curious about what he would say. And I feel like your questions are usually part of this one.
No, I honestly, I don't know what questions I even asked you coming in here. I'm trying to think in my head what questions
the one
did
you
I
just
ask?
asked me, where
Can
you said
I interject
this. You said,
really quickly? Mr. Girl, I'm getting a couple of people saying that you need more mods in your chat.
oh.
Yeah, if you need to mod anybody, I can mod your chat. And you can mod, I see,
Wait, how?
DJ
How do I
Quad.
use?
Do you just do slash mod,
If you
and then you put
Yeah.
somebody's name? So you can put
The
DJ
pedos
Quad.
have been unleashed.
You can
if you
put me.
want, Mr. Girl, I'll mod for you, Mr. Girl, if you want
Why
to.
doesn't that surprise me?
The dumb
modding
pedos have
Stardust.
been unleashed.
I will not.
Wait, so
mod
you're a
for you.
mod now? I did it?
Let me see. Yep. And then I think Cum Gremlin is another one who's good. DJ Quad as well.
Cum Gremlin is one who's good?
Yeah. I know it doesn't
Cum
sound like
Gremlin,
it,
yeah.
but
Oh, I have to be a
It's that-
follower
that's-
for more
Wait,
than
why
10
doesn't
minutes.
it sound like it, Stardust?
So I just followed.
Okay,
Oh,
I'm
do you have-
trusting
Sorry,
Cum Gremlin
okay.
because you told me to.
Look,
Anybody-
sorry, it's not my listen. It's not my fault, Mr. Girl, that you're a fucking amateur. Okay, can we just I'll try and keep on track, okay? And if anyone can go and help Mr. Girl, like on the sidelines,
Yeah.
that would be good. Okay. So yeah. If anyone can go and assist, I don't know if you can turn follow only mode off. Maybe then Zonya can help. Zonya's a trusted person here.
Why are
Oh,
there
yeah,
so many
Sonya
people in
can-
my chat? Did somebody raid me?
Actually, no,
You're
don't
Mr.
mod
Girl.
me. You've had high numbers for a while. I saw it at like
Yeah.
800 about like 30 minutes ago.
Oh,
Don't
just Mr.
actually
Girl.
mod me because honestly, I'm going to be too focused on the conversation here. So
somebody said it's DGG. I think Destiny might have raided me. Destiny
no,
an hour
Destiny
ago.
rated Chud, didn't he? Oh, he rated you? Okay.
Okay, yeah, this ain't normal. It's a lot of people. Don't tell me I'm popping off. Okay, I'm hiding the chat. You guys are distracting me.
Good
I'll
idea.
send you a message with some other names that you can mod. So
Okay. Okay. Yeah. So, questions like what questions are they're leading questions? It's not coming from a.
I'm just curious. Well, because I want to
You're
understand.
not. You're not just okay. You don't come off as just curious. That's what I'm saying. It comes off like you're everything you're saying is part of some Rube Goldberg machine of facts and logic that's going to end in a slam dunk where I look retarded. So
I'm honestly just curious. Like because I want to do better. That's
even
that's
now.
why
Okay, so here's if I were you if I were you and I heard what I just said to me, I would say I was like just slow down and be like, okay, so you feel like it's part of a Rube Goldberg machine. So what?
I don't know what that means.
What? It's just like a interlocking machine with like a ball rolls down a thing and hits a lever and another thing. Basically, a complex puzzle of ideas that
they're
the person
saying
you're
you
talking
muted
to.
Discord. Sorry.
Oh.
They can't hear you.
Oh, because I typed mod and M is mute. Fuck. Okay.
Hey, listen, Mr. Girl, maybe you should spend less time on the pedo analogies and more time learning the stream.
Wow.
Hey.
You know,
Well, I don't know.
That's the type
if
of
you look
word
at,
I
if you look at how my
expect from Todd
career's
Logic.
gone, I don't. The data does not support that
If it's not broken,
suggestion.
don't fix it.
Pedo shit.
Yeah.
Listen,
Based
1,000 viewers overnight. You're beating John Zerka.
mm-hmm.
I don't know who that is. I never watched Twitch. And I don't
He-
know.
You will,
He's
you
a
will probably
dummy.
get to learn him very cool. Very
Okay,
soon,
cool.
I think.
You're going to
All
have
right,
quite an
can we
exploration on your hand.
All
Would
right, can
love
we
to have
stop
you on, I
boomer
think.
shaming him?
Yeah, I'm just old.
I was once
Chill.
a boomer too.
Wait, how old are you actually?
I'm 36.
Oh damn! Now I actually
You're a
feel bad.
youngin. You're a
I know.
youngin.
You
I'm
called the old
44
man
I'm
with
44 in
Alzheimer's
just a
dumb.
couple weeks here.
Oh, 44, nice.
Mm-hmm.
That's good.
You guys are looping a lot and just kind of going back and forth, and not making progress.
Let's
I think
agree to
it's
disagree.
Well, no.
Okay.
Well,
Yeah.
the problem.
I disagree as well.
Sorry, Todd.
I'm loving
I was,
this.
sorry, I just wanted to say I want to let Pragmatic Leftist get a word in, but Mr. Girl, Roserist, do you have anything to say to Roserist if Roserist came on?
Oh, sure. Does he want to come on? Or are you just saying theoretically?
Well, he's sort of just having a chat with him. He's kind of not saying he's definitely going to come on, but if there's something specific you wanted to say or talk about, he might come on. That was all.
Our conversation ended with me saying I'm kind of horrified by the way he wants to just amass power and thinks he's right and wants to convince everybody to think like him, which is not specific to him. It's specific to a lot of streamers. That I just find the idea of like I want to spread my ideas and make everybody agree with me. That freaks me out. I just find it horrifying. And debate is.
Okay,
Yeah.
well let's throw it over to a Pragmatic Leftist. I'll relay that, and if he comes on, he comes on. If he doesn't, he doesn't. Pragmatic Leftist, go.
Okay.
Do you mind if I actually ask you a question in good faith?
Oh my fucking god.
Wait. Yeah,
Wait.
wait.
Oh,
Dario,
sorry.
I'm gonna let you. Dario, I'll let you go. Just 1 minute. I just find, Mr. Girl, that a lot of your like criticisms of like Dario's questions are like very weird and seem extremely overly defensive. When, I mean, he's.
I'm a sensitive
being
dude.
reasonable. Okay.
He's not being unreasonable.
out
I just don't like talking like that. I don't think it's productive, and I
Oh,
personally dislike it. I just explain why.
Well,
Do you have a
there you have it.
the second level question about why I don't like it? I find it unempathetic and more about the sport than about the content of the thing you're talking about.
He doesn't
All right,
consent to it.
dude.
I don't
Okay.
consent. It makes me sad and scared.
Mr. Girl, is it fair to say that like any significant pushback that's like deliberate and consistent, is that always going to be like a debate type thing? Or like, because I can see their side where they say, like, if there are people who want to push back against these things seriously, you're kind of saying if they're not receptive to a certain threshold, you're not going to entertain the conversation.
I think so. Debating Destiny is very different because when you say something, he says, "Okay, so let me get this straight. Let me make sure I understand what you're saying. Before I respond, I want to make sure I get what you're saying." And he repeats it back to you, and so until you're on the same page, and he does the prism thing, but he does it in little bursts, and then he says, "Okay, here's what I think," and then you look through his eyes, and then you reconnect, and it's like, it's a debate, but it's also from curiosity and discussion and comparing why you think what you think. And then when you reach an impasse, like with the pedophilia thing, he said, I think pedophilia is binary, you think it's not. And we danced around and we explored that for a long time. And eventually it was like, we can't reconcile this. Like, you just think this and I just think this. And like, so then from there, all we can do from there is just look through the prisms, just look through each other's eyes and try to see, why do you think that? Why do I think this, without arguing, because there can be no debate anymore at that point. All we can do is understand each other. So like, if I talk to a white supremacist, there will be topical things we can agree or debate, but eventually it's going to come down to, why do you think that race is the best way to subdivide like how we think of each other, and why is that the best way to categorize each other? I don't think it is. I don't even think it's that important, but it's important to you, and I want to understand, like, how did you get there?
Can
So
I?
it's like
Can I
they have
give you
different
an idea?
axioms. It's like they have different axioms, and people who you don't like they're trying to change your axioms, it feels like, and you just want to understand their axioms and their foundation and where they're coming from.
Well,
I think Dr.
fundamentally, there's.
Redwell.
Hang on.
I just real quick, just one point, and then you can go.
Yeah.
Okay. So I think there are two big ways that people usually have discussions, and I understand where you're coming from, Mr. Girl, because what you're saying is, well, the way that you like to talk about topics is that you like to present your system or like your views, and then they present their views, and then everybody who looks at it just sort of goes, well, whose views do I think are more reasonable, or do I just understand all of the views, right? But there are different ways to sort of discuss topics, right? And the one that I prefer to talk about is where you sort of accept the views of the person. You're like, okay, I understand your system and your views. Now I'm gonna tell you or argue with you or discuss with you or debate with you, call it whatever you want, right? I'm going to take your system and I'm going to say, here's why I don't think what you're saying makes sense from within your own system, right? I'm not presenting my system. I'm not telling you these are my views. I'm just saying from within the system that you're presenting, I think it is logically inconsistent, right? And I think those are the discussions that I feel like you're not taking, right? And I'm not asking you any questions right now, right? And that's sort of my issue with this whole thing, right? You're presenting it as I'm asking you unfair questions or I'm not willing to listen to you, right? I don't think I've presented any questions. I've just explained why I tweeted out what I did, right? And then we're just talking about that.
Okay.
Okay, wait, I just want to point out something. I think what's happening, Mr. Girl, is that when you enter a conversation with someone, especially when it comes to like political stuff or philosophical stuff, people already have a set of moral axioms, right? And it feels like a lot of time, the minute you start talking to someone, there is much more quicker than most people. There is a confronting of those people's moral axioms. I don't believe Destiny, for example. Starts debates with his moral axioms in mind, and maybe that's why the debates with Destiny are different. But Dario disagrees with me on this, so maybe he could.
No, I actually I agree with what you said, right? And that's sort of my issue, right? It feels like too quickly. It's sort of you're quick, or that's how it feels to me at least. You're quick to break down conversation into, I guess we'll just agree to disagree and then move on to the next topic, right? Like at least for my taste, it's way too quickly, right? Like it's like so you present your side. They present their side, you go, oh, I guess we just disagree, over to my next point, right? And that's, I don't know, is that something you ever think about, or is that just sort of what happens?
I think it just happens, but I mean, obviously so I think with Destiny, when we definitely debated each other, but it feels like we start out saying, okay, what do you think, and what do I think? And then there's sort of a judgment of like, are these reconcilable at all? So like with gender, I'm like, I don't think trans women are women. And he's like, I think they kind of are, or I'm not sure, blah, blah, blah. And then it's like, okay, we're not too far off of where we are. He's pro, like, surgery and hormones, if that's what's going to make people happier. And then I'm like, well, I think that we should push back against that more. I don't really agree with that, and here's why. But most of the building blocks that we're making out of our oh shit, my thing just disconnected. Wait, can you guys still hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You can hear you fine.
Okay, my stream just went down.
Yeah, your whole site crashed. Your Twitch.
Yeah, that's not good. Why is that? I guess you're gonna get mad at me, Chud, if I try to.
I'm gonna be absolutely fucking furious. I just want to say, while you're figuring that out, Roserist doesn't have much time, but I brought Roserist in to have a backwards and forwards with you whenever we're ready. Okay.
Oh, restart.
Hey, Roserist.
Hey, Rose.
Hello. Hi.
I'm a big fan of your work.
Here too. Oh, thank you.
Been waiting to talk for a while.
Oh, sorry, Zon. Yeah, we'll get to you as well. Okay, my apologies. But
my bad for skipping the line. I'm sorry. It's
sexism is what it is. It's all the men when they want to do all their talking.
Wait, hold on. Are you American?
Insanely late where you're from, Rose. Aren't you Swedish?
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm skipping the line. I'm
It's
sorry.
like 2 a.m., right? Or wait, 3?
3 a.m. Yeah.
As soon as Rose, as soon as you finished, I'll throw it over to you, Zon. You okay?
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. I'm just here to amass some more of that scary political power, I guess. I just have just a question for Mr. Girl, and then maybe I have some follow-ups. I'll see. So, what specifically is it that I do in your eyes that you find scary?
What specifically? I think you want as many people to agree with you as possible.
Okay.
And I think you use debate tactics and argumentation to get people to agree with you. And you're very good at it. You're very compelling. I like watching your streams, and I like you. I like you as a person. But your goals freak me out, and your methods freak me out.
Okay, so there's a bit of reading into intention there, which is okay. We kind of went through that discussion a bit when it was just you and me, but so you mentioned like debate tactics as one thing, but what is it specifically that I like? What's something that I do that you find like like malicious or that you don't like or whatever. Maybe like an example of like a debate tactic or something of the sort.
The way you were going through my argument with Destiny and helping, you're providing art. You're like, okay, so here we can make this argument. We can make this
You
argument.
mean Vosh, I'm guessing, right?
Yeah, Vosh.
Okay, good.
You're providing arguments and counter arguments to things I'm saying and things he's saying, and like it's interesting from a like kind of sports breakdown perspective, but you're also coaching people in how to think a little bit, and that I find disturbing.
Okay, so I can just give you what it feels like from my perspective. So what I'm doing is I'm watching you and Vosh have a, what do you call that, a debate or discussion?
That was a debate.
That was a debate.
I was trying to have a discussion, but it turned in. I don't know, actually. It turned into a wrestling match. I think more about what kind of conversation we were going to have. I don't know that we ever had much of a conversation, actually. But we can call it a debate for sure.
Okay, yeah. So you guys had a debate, and what I try to do when I go into like reviewing a debate is I want to obviously try to add something. I just don't want to sit there and just be like, oh, that was good, or just, you know, whatever. I'm going to try to add something. And typically what I like doing is I like thinking about the arguments and the ideas that both sides are making, and then maybe helping an audience kind of be guided through those arguments and understand what is exactly being said, what isn't being said, some other interesting avenues, some ways to even further strengthen some arguments and some ideas that are being put out there, and some ways by which, you know, I can notice flaws or stuff like that. Basically, in my eyes, what I'm doing there is I'm assisting people and giving them, obviously it filtered down from my perspective because, well, I'm a human being, of this is how I interpret this, these are the ideas I think are being discussed, here are other relevant avenues and aspects to these ideas that aren't mentioned here in the debate. I see it as more of like a, obviously there is still like a political and like a bent to it because, well, I mean, I'm a person, I have political predilections and everything, and, you know, I try my best to not have my bias, you know, show or be demonstrated in the reasoning and the arguments I make, but more of like an educational thing where I'm trying to make both sides and extract the most strong parts of their different ideas and try to see if there's any irreconcilable differences or anything, and basically like mediate the conversation a bit. And I don't know what part of that it is that's like harmful or dangerous to give my opinions on the ideas being espoused and the arguments that are being made and stuff like that.
I just think there's something very teacherly and prescriptive about the way that you give your opinions, and that it feels like there's a right opinion, and it feels like we're supposed to agree with you as the audience.
Okay, so what differentiates me doing that from you when you have conversations and when you give arguments and when you say stuff?
I think I give arguments in a way that really frees people up to disagree with me and to say, well, like, and I think that's a bit what's happening with Stardust now, is she's like, it's not so much that I agree with Mr. Girl, it's that I felt it was thought-provoking, and it made me think about my own beliefs about it, and that's what's interesting is that it's so distasteful, some of the things I'm saying, that you're not, I'm not trying to convince you to think like me, I'm saying what I think, and it gives you a lot of room to think about what you think. And so like a lot of comments I get on my channel are, I don't agree with you at all, but I loved this video. I'm a hardcore Trump supporter, but I still love this video, and it made me think about my own beliefs, and in like, thank you for doing that. And very rarely do I get comments, and they freak me out when I do, when they say, wow, this was like looking in a mirror. You're saying everything I've been thinking about this, or, and worse, you convinced me to agree with you. I didn't agree with you before, but now I do. I don't want to make people agree with me.
Okay, we could have a conversation about that specific sentiment, and I think we touched about that a little bit more, but I don't think that's super particularly interesting. I guess the main thing is that you seem to kind of imply that I may not be as open-minded or as inviting to disagreements or to people to form their own opinions based on their things that I talk about, and I personally can't identify like a particularly meaningful difference in the way that like both of us just have conversations and structure arguments and stuff like that is open-minded to, you know, other ideas and other perspectives, and we can grapple with them ideas and work with them. In fact, I think that is even, you know, more so demonstrated in the conversation or the review I had of the Vosh and your discussion, because I'm not going in there just dogmatically being like, okay, who do I agree with? What ideas do I agree with? And let's just focus on strengthening that position of the debate throughout this entire thing. I am actively playing.
If you make a video where you're talking about gender, or you're debating about gender, you don't want people leaving it thinking, yeah, okay, trans women are not women. Trans women are men, and trans men are women, and this is all bullshit. Like I feel like you don't want people thinking that.
So you've also made videos where you talk about stuff. I mean, you had your gender narrative video, which I went over, and it's a 2-hour video, and you know, it's an argumentative video in the fact that it presents arguments and it explains a reasoning, like a mindset, so to say. And so apart from you reading into me and believing that I have different like incentives or different ideals or different goals and aspirations and motivations than what you have, what is it that's actually like materially different in how you and I express our ideas? Because that's not what I'm catching. I'm catching you saying a lot about like reading into my intentions and stuff like that, but not a lot about like, hey, here is how my rhetoric, the way I present this, is meaningfully different from how you do it.
I think I give more air and empathy to ideas that are contrary to my own. Okay. I think I spend more time and more. I think I encourage the idea that we're just looking through different lenses and that I'm not right. It's just a way of looking at things, and I also think I give a lot of time and airspace to other ways of looking at things and say why I like mine better, but not that it necessarily is better. Whereas I feel like you are more showing that this is the right argument, it is the most logical argument, it is the most true argument, it is the most backed up by data, and therefore it is the most superior and correct.
Yeah, so I'm curious, why would you say or argue anything if you didn't believe it was, you know, the best argument to the fullest extent of your knowledge and your understanding of the topic?
Because I think a lot of the things we're talking about are more belief systems than empirically true. There's components of them that are based in science or are scientific and measurable in nature, and then the question is, how do we decide which of those are true, and then how do we put them together to form a broader belief or idea?
And we're both presenting each of our 2 independent belief systems, which is a collection of the best information and the best thoughts that we both respectively as individuals have on the topic, and presenting them on a public platform for other people to look at and get inspiration from or view or, you know, grapple with or whatever.
My way of viewing things might not work for everybody, and I don't think it should. Now
it's just more like intention and like, oh, I don't think it should, but when it comes to what's actually like expressed, I don't think I
express my ideas in a way that conveys that you should agree with me. I think my audience is probably of a much broader political spectrum than your audience. Do you think that's fair to say?
That's possible.
Like I probably got like 30 to 40% Trump supporters, and I feel like that is not true of your streams. I think that people listen to you who mostly already agree with you, and probably some who don't quite agree with you and are being shifted for sure. You're compelling and persuasive, but a lot of it is people hearing things that they already agree with and hearing arguments that they probably have not already thought of, because you're very good at putting those arguments together and presenting them. I think when people watch my content, it's very often stuff they don't agree with, and then when they're done watching it, they still don't agree with it.
Is it fair to say that your approach is more of a exploration of ideas?
Yeah.
And because the way you even speak in these conversations, you take your time to work out words, and you can tell that you're thinking. It's not like you're working from talking points. You're exploring as you go, and as you're talking, you're walking through your thought process. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Yeah, so it's
I think
very
part of what
very explorative with the person you're talking with.
Right, and so if I'm exploring with something like pedophilia or rape or mass shootings in this way, and it is viewed as being prescriptive, and it is viewed as being something that I think makes me look good or that I think is objectively true, you can see how that is very provocative for other people if they're like, to me, I'm just sort of meandering through these ideas and feeling out my beliefs. Like I'm not even sure what my positions are until we're talking about them exactly or how I'm going to present them. And then if other people see those as like, I want everyone, like earlier I said, I think there's a little pedophile in all of us, right? If that gets clipped, it could be interpreted as I want everyone to think that. And then it comes out like, well, why does he want everybody to think that? He's got to have an agenda. And the only possible agenda for that is that I want to fuck kids. And it's like, that's not what I'm doing. That's not the point. The point is to say like, I kind of do think that. And like, what does that mean now? What if we take that as true? And like, what do we do with that information? How do we like live with ourselves, or what does that mean for policy? How, like, it's just like a thought experiment rather than a reasoned out.
And but my big issue with that, and this is also, I mean, this also came to view in the Rose's conversation, is that it feels like that's like the first step of conversation, right? You sort of present an interesting thought and you're like, okay, let's present this interesting thought. And then what I feel like we should be doing from there is we should be like, okay, well, where do we go from that? How do we go to the next level? How do we sort of verify if that thought has any merit? And that's where I feel like the discussion should go. But at that point, it feels like we're just moving to the next thought instead. Does that make sense?
I think we agree that that's the first step, but then I think you're saying that it should then go to some kind of testing phase. Like,
yeah,
I'm
like
designing
how do we verify?
like I'm like a 6th grader drawing a picture of a cool car on a piece of paper, and like maybe that's how like Tesla started. But then you have to actually design the car, and then you have to test it out and see if it actually runs. And I think that that's not my I don't have the same goal as you. So I see why you think I'm dumb if I'm like, we never need to go to that phase. But I think what I'm making is something more akin to art, where I'm making a painting of a car that I started out with a drawing, and then I'm like collaborating with Stardust or whoever to make it into a beautiful painting that people can then look at and reflect and think about their feelings and their beliefs or whatever. It's not supposed to be a like engineered sound thing.
So videos like, for example, destroying your stupid Rittenhouse takes, don't you think that's also kind of like a type of thing where you're taking a very deliberate stance and you're also proclaiming its, perhaps superiority over other ideas or belief systems on a given topic? Isn't that kind of what you've been railing against a bit here?
The title is definitely like screwing with people and making it sound like that's what it's going to be. But I would say that video is more deconstructivist and more saying like it's complicated. Like, I firmly come down on the idea that Kyle Rittenhouse should have been acquitted and that was the right decision.
And you would say that that's a more like a more reasonable position to have on the topic, right?
That is a more reasonable position to have on the topic, yeah.
Okay.
So that's fairly prescriptive.
But this is my issue, right? So for some things, it seems like you're willing to say that. But for other things, you're not.
No. I think my positions are more reasonable. What I'm saying is, in my communication style, someone who thinks Kyle Rittenhouse should have gone to jail, my hope is that they can sit through and would even enjoy sitting through the video, and then at the end say, you're full of shit, but this was thought-provoking, and I got a lot out of it. And I'm glad I watched it. I'm glad I found you. I don't agree with your stuff. You freak me out, but I like you and I like your music, and I find this really thought-provoking. That's what I want. I don't want people to come away thinking, "Oh, my Rittenhouse takes are stupid. This guy's right. Never mind."
My
issue isn't necessarily with that, right? And it's easy when we talk about something like Kyle Rittenhouse, right? And like I think most people here agree with that, right? Like with the Kyle Rittenhouse thing, that there is a more nuanced opinion, right? But when you go on a stream and you say stuff like academia has been taken over by a cult, and then when people ask you, well, what do you mean by that? Like, how can we even come to sort of conceptualize what that means and how we view society from that prospect, right? And you just insist, no, I don't want to discuss it. If you can't see that it's been taken over by a cult, then we don't have anything to talk about. And
it's not that I need you to see that it has. I need you to know why I think that. That's what I'm saying. If I say academia has been taken over by a gender cult, you have to know what I mean when I say that. And it's fine if you don't see the same things as me. But if you're going to say, I have no idea what you're talking about, then I just don't believe you, and I don't really want to talk about it anymore.
Okay. I can give like a brief conclusion of what my takeaway from this conversation has been, and then I'm probably gonna give it back to Mr. Girls if he has anything to say about it, and then I'm probably gonna head off because it's fucking 4 a.m. So what I'm probably gonna say is from this discussion, I still haven't quite been able to pick up or see that you have identified something explicitly different between what I do and what you do when it comes to the use of...
Do you think our channels are different?
Oh, they're unquestionably different, but in regards to...
Do you think they're different in terms of what they want the viewer to walk away with?
It might be different when it comes to... And that's the kind of thing I'm getting to, and I was going to say this later. I think that you've kind of very strongly said, okay, well, this is your intention with this, and this is my intention with this. But in materially what we're actually doing and the content of what we're saying and the way we're doing our discussions, I mean, both of us have beliefs that we believe are most reasonable. Both of us make arguments in that favor in order to support that. Both of us make considerations of opposing viewpoints and engage with them in ways that we seem to believe are, open-ended and open-minded and charitable and the rest of it.
But if you were talking about pedophilia with Stardust, do you think you'd end up talking about your own mother psychologically, sexually abusing you for half an hour?
I don't have that experience, so probably not.
If you had that experience, do you think that would come up?
If I would bring up, if I had...
Like, you get what I'm saying, that I'm much more willing... I'm much more willing to discredit myself and say, like, I think I disclose much more about myself and my content, which has the effect of, oh, maybe you just think this because of this weird story that it's in your past and this has affected you and made it. And like, I saw Stardust on another stream afterwards. She was like, yeah, she was like, he said that's not why he has his beliefs, but I kind of think it is.
Yeah, I mean...
And I gave her that opportunity to discredit me with that. And I don't think you do that. I think your goal is to present the best argument possible. I think I'm much more confessional in my argumentation. When I'm making a point, I'm also saying, here's all the weird shit I'm thinking about this that might make you not want to agree with me, or might make you think, like, I'm discrediting myself while I'm saying it. I'm giving you multiple outs to just say, like, oh, you're just a weirdo, and I don't you're not convincing me of anything anymore. You're just weird. You're like a weird, broken, sad person. And like, how many people comment on your channel that you need help? That happens to me fucking daily, right?
Yeah.
And so I think that's another difference in how we communicate.
Yeah, the fact that we're willing to discredit ourselves. So I don't know how much you know about me. I expect you to know a lot about me, but I do try to make a very conscious effort to be cognizant of biases that I might have, to not make conclusive statements on a lot of things unless I am very, very, very certain about them. And to try to keep an open mind towards a lot of ideas. I can give you a recent example, just the video I put out today, when I discussed what happened to Lindsay Ellis and the rest of that. Even though it's probably not the most, necessarily popular thing to do, and especially if we were coming from a hyper-partisan perspective, I do a bit of like analysis and I do a bit of empathizing with the position that people in a Twitter hate mob might be in, and how it might be understandable for their perspective why they might engage in examples of targeted harassment on Twitter and stuff like that. And I kind of work through that idea with an open-minded perspective and try to capture like every side as much as possible. So I mean, to the best of my ability, I do try to do that. I don't know if I have as many relevant personal anecdotes and experiences about the things I
Oh,
talk
you
about.
will, buddy. Give it
Maybe I
another
will.
20
Maybe I'll talk
years.
about them then. Yeah, I mean, I'm
Oh,
young. I'm
yeah.
18, so
Yeah, I know.
yeah.
I
Maybe
know.
I should be
So,
doing this today with 18-year-old Mr. Girl. We'll see. But yeah, I just
and until I'm not trying to provide the most sure thing. I'm trying to provide a confusing, explorative mess. And it's
Yeah.
just super different from what you're trying to do. And one of the effects of what I make is that it doesn't make people start to think like each other or like me.
Well, so, and this is going to be like a very difficult discussion to have because we're not gonna. There's no way for us to make sure we're talking using the same metrics and using the same like conceptualizations of stuff we have going on. But like for instance, I've had a few experiences where I've checked out parts of your community a bit, specifically your Discord community, and I was quite surprised hearing the rhetoric and the way you talk about your community, that there is quite a lot of like with most online communities, there is still quite a bit of hey, this is what was said by the community leader of this, which was Mr. Girl, and I'm kind of gonna follow that quite a bit, and I'm kind of like a diehard supporter of a lot of things that are being said here and yada yada. That might just be the most active members of the community. There's probably many that aren't like that. There's probably people like that within my community. I mean, there is within a lot of different communities, and I mean, at the end of this discussion, I still don't really feel like I've been left with, hey, here is something in practice that I do that is meaningfully different from what you do, beyond you just trying to like read into, okay, these are your intentions with doing this, and here's my like, a bit implied, like a bit holier than thou intentions, less authoritarian, less authoritative, less big brother intentions, and that's kind of that's the way I feel about this at the moment. I don't feel like I walk away from this discussion was like, okay,
Okay, but
here's
you
something
agree
I
that
can improve on, or
you agree
I'll
that
give
I
it to you
more
from Benson.
explicitly say things that make me look insane and terrible and discredit the argument that I am making while I am making it, and you don't do that, and I
yeah,
knowingly do this.
May I please?
yeah, I
Okay,
do.
so that's
And I would say
one.
that's
Oh, man.
Well,
and
it's one
and I
thing
would
to
say that's at the
talk.
detriment of the broader conversation sometimes.
That's not.
That's
And
fine.
you already know about this.
I get why
And
you don't do it. I'm just saying it
Uh-huh.
is materially different.
Yeah, and here I can give an argument for why you doing that is actually counter to your cause more than what I'm doing. And here's how that argument would go. So by giving out ideas and sentiments while also saying something fucked up about yourself or something like that, you're effectively giving people an easy out to having to engage with your ideas. They don't need to think about what you have to say. They don't have to work with anything. Oh, this Mr. Girl guy, oh, he's a pedophile, he's this, he's that. I don't need to listen, I don't need to engage, I don't need to do anything with anything he's saying. Whereas if you
Yes.
try to have a more measured response and you try to like, hey, I'm going to try to provide just the ideas and the concepts in as concise of a way as possible.
It's more palatable to
try
everybody.
try not to load it, right? Because then they're forced to engage more with the ideas and think about them for themselves more than, okay, well, now if depending on whether or not they like you or not, you've now given them an easy out effectively.
Yeah, I think it's clear that
So-
I'm much more provocative.
And
yeah, and I
one
think
thing,
it could be to the detriment of the things that you say you care about.
well, one thing that he
Absolutely.
mentioned,
He
one
does
thing
care
that he
about it,
mentioned
not what he
earlier
says
is
he
that
cares about.
a lot of these topics don't get touched because of optics. There's a fear to touch these topics because of the negative optics of them. And I'm not sure that I agree with Mr. Girl in this position, honestly. I'm not sure that taking, like, just shirking optics so that you can touch the topics actually introduces more people to the problem. But I understand the desire to want to break through the hesitancy that pretty much everybody else has. I understand the desire to do that in order to broach these topics.
Well, do
Maybe
you
there's
also
a middle
understand that
ground or
there's an artistic impulse? It's all I'm also making art.
something? And that's the provocative part, right?
Yeah, and also thought provoking and confusing and messy. But like I'm an artist, and I think that
That's the
that
difference
takes a
between-
certain priority over
That's
being.
the difference. That's the difference, that you are proactive, and a lot of these other people here are reactive. They just react into clips, react into debates. You're artistically creating something and putting something into the world.
That's
I just-
enlightening.
I gotta go because I've got plans. I just yeah, it was nice talking
Yeah.
to all of you, and
Thanks for coming on, mate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming on,
Take
Dario.
care. Have a good
it
night.
was nice talking to you,
Goodbye.
Mr. Girl, as well. Even
Nice
though
talking to you too,
probably hate
Daria.
me.
No, I don't hate you at all. I just
No, listen-
hate the way I hate talking to you. No, I'm just kidding. We'll keep talking.
No, listen. Only one thing, just one thing before I leave, okay? And it is not an attack or anything. I just want to say, I think you should also listen to people more who come to talk to you, because it feels like sometimes you're quick to dismiss people a little bit based off what you have experienced. And I agree that you've experienced a lot of probably bad stuff and accusations, and people have
I'm a
attacked
little
you, whatever.
overwhelmed at the moment.
Sure, but that doesn't mean everybody's coming to.
No,
make
I'm
bad feelings
agreeing
like
with you. I agree with you. I'm a bit defensive at the moment, and I will work on it.
That's not
Goodbye.
true.
Yeah.
I'm probably also gonna call us a night. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks for having me on. I appreciate it. Mr. Girl, do you have anything final you want to say, or?
I look forward to continuing this broader debate with you in the future. I think that I don't know. I think it's worth talking about.
Okay.
And I don't
has
think
your
you're
opinion-
wrong.
Oh, okay.
I just don't. It might just be a difference in our goals. I think you're wrong that we have the same goal. I do think you're wrong about that. But
Okay.
I don't think your view is wrong, and I don't. It just freaks me out. That's all. I think the way that you do your channel freaks me out. That didn't change. No.
To
I'm
be clear, I don't
horrified.
think that we're necessarily denying that we have. So I will say without an issue that I'm going to put out like arguments. I'm going to put up material that I agree with and I think is the most correct thing to the best of my ability, and then hopefully people engage with that responsibly. Yeah, I'm hopefully going to say that that's my goal. But what I was looking for here was like something that like, hey, this is like some way in which the way we do this is like materially different or whatever. But yeah,
when I happen upon one of my old videos that has a title like transgenderism scares me, I'm like, oh Jesus, fuck, what? Like, if I haven't watched it in a while, I'm like, oh my God, what am I gonna say? Because I know that I made it in this way. It's not. I know it's not gonna be this perfectly crafted, reasoned thing. So
yeah, and the
I know
things
what
I
you're
make
talking about.
I know that they're not going to be that either. They're going to be the best. I mean, to the best of my ability and my current knowledge at the topic, and I don't claim any different. I don't claim to be an omnipotent, omniscient public figure.
No, but I just know it's going to be I know I'm going to hear myself saying things and be like, I don't know if I agree with that. I don't know. This is making me uncomfortable.
Oh, I hear. I watch videos from like a year ago, and I feel the same thing 100%.
Okay.
But yeah,
Well, I'm glad to hear that.
All right. Well, maybe that's what I should do next. I should go over my old videos and be like, hey,
there's more reactions. Be proactive.
Yeah,
maybe I'm just old.
of a
I
reaction.
might just be old and broken. At a certain point, I think I just feel like I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what's going on. I don't know anything. I'm just talking.
I might just be young and inexperienced. Who knows?
I would call that being wise, Mr. Girl.
Okay, anyway, as people are leaving anyway, I'm going to
hope
start
so.
to wrap this thing up because I think
Goodbye,
we've kind
everybody.
of run out
All
of
right,
juice.
sleep well.
Chad, do we all get
I'm
final
close
statement?
out. Yeah.
Final statement. So, I mean, sure. What do you want to say?
Okay. This is going to be my final statement. Number one, okay? Stardust accused me of sexism. Don't think that's true, and I think this is a very
I didn't
weird comment
accuse
considering
specifically you, but okay.
Hold on, wait, this is my final statement. I'm considering that I don't remember her saying this with all the sexist rhetoric that Demon Mama has suffered and other people have suffered. It's a very weird conversation. I was not convinced by anything. I just wasn't, okay? I think that this is extremely dangerous. I think that the platforming of this person, Mr. Girl, is still extremely dangerous. I think it causes immeasurable harm to minors and children. And yeah, I haven't changed my I have not changed my opinion of this person.
It's like a holocaust of minors and children.
Wait, and that's exactly what I'm going to end on. Thank you so much, Chud, for having me on. I really appreciate it.
Okay. Thank you. Anyone else want to give a final statement?
Yeah, I do. If you don't mind.
Yeah, sure, please do. Yeah.
Okay, so I've learned a lot through these last few days. I had some pretty solidly, some fairly solidified opinions of Mr. Girl prior to this whole thing. And I think one thing that I've learned is that I believe that you, Mr. Girl, are contrary to what is popular on the internet. You are not trying to be an expert in anything. You're not trying to bring people to a specific position. I think that you are recognizing that there are certain topics that are simply not touched on in our discourse, that you would be considered to be anathema if you do touch on them. And so, what you're trying to do is you're trying to actually bring those topics forward and touch on them and ask questions about them and kind of walk through your thoughts on the topic while, like you said, combining a provocative art form to it that gets attention. And let's be frank, it gets attention. That's why you've got so many views. I think that the contrast we have here, especially when you get into this space and political commentary based Twitch, is that you've got, it's very common that people are trying to win people to positions, just as you pointed out with Rose Wrist. And we've got a culture of this here where it's very much, people often speak from a position of authority on pretty much any subject, and their goal is to convince you of their way of looking at that topic, whatever it may be. And you're admitting that you are not a person in a position of authority, and as you just mentioned moments ago, that you honestly are not sure what to think of things. And so you're simply just observing this dearth of conversation from these topics that we don't touch because of optics. And you're saying, screw the optics. I'm going to get attention on this stuff. That's what it looks like to me. And it also seems to me like where you work best in terms of having a conversation with others is when there's a solid exchange of steel manning and asking if your if the way they presented your position is correct, and then presenting their position, and then asking what your thoughts are on it. So having this exchange.
Trust.
Yeah.
Like trust and care. Yeah.
And that's another thing that unfortunately there's an extreme dearth of in this particular space, and Stardust is one of the few people who fills that kind of niche. So all in all, I think that even though I don't necessarily agree with your particular approach, and a lot of the things that you've talked about have definitely weirded me out, I'll admit that. I've learned a lot about what it is that you're doing, and it may still have some irresponsibility to the way that it comes out.
I think that's inevitable.
Yeah, but perhaps, I don't know, maybe you might have learned some things from just the feedback you've gotten over the past several days. Be nice to hear your thoughts on that. But that's my kind of closing statement on this.
May I say something after Stardust or Dr. Red Pill?
Yeah. I mean, listen, no rush, but it is like 3:30 a.m. and I want to talk to my chat for a bit by myself. But go for it. Make it quick.
I can wait if those two want to say anything.
Yeah, I'll just go ahead, sort of.
No, I don't have any thoughts formulated yet. Why don't you go?
Yeah, just let Mr. Girl be himself. He's not hurting anyone. I keep asking people what harm he's done, and they can't articulate anything substantial at all. It just makes him a little bit uncomfortable, and that's kind of the point I think that he's making is we should be a little more comfortable being uncomfortable and exploring these topics without being so scared. I think a lot of people, they touched on this, they want an authority figure to speak on these things when it comes to these controversial issues like trans stuff or pedophilia. And to some extent, I think Mr. Girl is right. Academia has become extremely one-sided in some of these ways, and you don't get any opposition. And I think it's good to have some oppositional views and have a healthy conversation about it, and not be afraid for people to voice disagreement. So I think that's all fucking awesome. And keep it up, Mr. Girl.
Thank you.
I guess the only thing that I'd say is fuck all you bitches in chat, okay? I'm just saying now, fuck all of you. Don't ever think, and you can try again. I know you will. You're gonna try and tell me again who I can talk to, because this is not the first time you guys keep telling me who I can have on my platform. How many people lost their shit over flamenco? How many people lost their shit over other people I've had on my stream? You know what? I don't give a fuck, okay? I'm not your mom. Go find somebody else, okay? I'm not watching you. You don't have to watch me, okay? And don't fucking tell me what to do, because I don't tell you what to do, okay? Just don't tell me what to do. So, sorry. That's all. Also, Mr. Girl is based, so, yeah.
All I have to say is I apologize to you for judging you in advance, and I hope that people show you the same empathy that you try to put into the world, and thank you for your time. Thank you for having me.
Okay. Sorry.
That stuff I make is very provocative, so I don't want an apology. If anybody changes their mind about anything I've said or me, I no apology necessary. I understand that I'm transgressive intentionally, and that being judged is part of that.
Mr. Girl, I have claimed on stream publicly that there's a 20% chance you're a nonce. I'm willing to downgrade that to 10%.
Now it's 50. 10%?
No,
okay.
Yeah. How do you feel about that?
What percentage of all people do you think are pedophiles?
Oh, come on, let's not go there. Listen, I wanted to ask you a
No,
question.
seriously, what is 10%? What is 10%? And maybe it could be 10%
it's like,
for
it's like
everybody.
5% or some shit, isn't it? I don't know. Anyway, listen, enough pedo shit. But I did want to ask you, have you seen the Brass Eye Pedophile special?
No.
Hey? Have you seen the Brass Eye Pedophile special?
No, what is that?
Right. I'm going to send you a friend request on Discord. I'm going to send it to you because I think you would really appreciate it. I'll explain it to you, okay? But
Okay.
with the content that you do, honestly, I've been serious. This is something that means a lot to me, and I think you'll get a lot out of it with the things that you talk about, okay?
Thank you.
No, my pleasure. Thanks for coming on. Any final points you want to make, Mr. Gill? Final comment?
I think one thing that's happening is that we're all growing up. I don't think we can just play Halo forever and do reaction videos and do drama videos. And I think that I may be pushing a bit hard, and that, like, I want to make stuff that is interesting for like 60-year-olds to talk about too, you know? And so it's like freaky and inappropriate, and I know that I'm in an attempt to sort of push the envelope. I'm also trying to redefine the space and say, like, maybe it's not maybe we need to change how we're all looking at this, so that what I'm doing isn't so crazy and inappropriate. Maybe it's not that weird to be blunt, and maybe we don't have to be hyper responsible like we're talking to 10-year-olds or even 20-year-olds. Like, I agree that there is a degree of irresponsibility to it, and I do wrestle with that.
Okay, fair enough. All I'm going to say in regards to your Halo comment is 1v1 me in Blood Gulch, bitch. We'll fucking see what that's about.
No, seriously, you're on. I've never played this new Halo, and I intend to beat you.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, thanks a lot for coming by, everyone, and I'll catch you all later.
Chud Logic, just want you to know, we're cool now, but if I ever see you in the street, you better watch out, all right?
Listen, if you see me in the street, I'm going to be hurling slurs at you, and I'm going to have the upper hand because I'm white.
You don't have the right still, okay? I have not bestowed the right upon you to use slurs yet, okay? You have been that privilege has been revoked for you, all right?
Okay, I appreciate that. I'll work on it. Okay.
Equal rights and lefts.
All the best, everyone. Bye bye.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Bye, guys.
Take care.
That was fun. Thanks.
It was. Yeah.
Oh fuck! I accidentally left.